And welcome to the Tuesday, June 15th, 2021 session of the Half Moon Bay City Council. Welcome staff, welcome city council members, and welcome members of the public and our guests, any guests for the evening. We will first call this meeting to, well, actually, 1 minute, please. First, I'm going to have Victor Hernandez explain our Spanish translation services that are available, who prefers to hear this meeting in Spanish. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Muy buenas tardes a todos ustedes. Le queremos dejar saber a todos que esta reunión será interpretada al español. Para poder acceder al canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación, que va a ser un icono de un globo, es decir, un mundo también en la barra de tareas de Zoom. Cuando usted vea ese icono de un mundo, entonces aparecerá un menú y después usted podrá seleccionar el idioma del español. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Appreciate it. Okay, I see the interpretation services is on the lower right-hand side of your screen. And we will now take a roll call, please.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Councilmember Penrose.
Here.
Councilmember Rohraback.
Here.
Vice Mayor Reddick.
Here.
Mayor Brownstein.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So tonight we will begin with our public forum. And here's how public forum works. We will, if you're a participant and you go over into the attendees list, if you have a comment about anything that is not on our agenda for the evening. So it could be about anything else going on in the city. Could be a comment about a item on the consent calendar, but this is not a time to comment on anything that's on the agenda. So for example, we have a popular agenda item tonight regarding discussion of the Jimenez-Rohraback report on policing. So now is not the time to comment on that. There will be time in the agenda when we come to that item that there will be plenty of time for public comments. So just want to make sure everybody understood that. And let's move over to our attendees and see how many hands up we have. And we'll just take a while for that to populate.
I show 5 speakers, Mayor.
Okay. So if no one else has their hand raised at this point, we're assuming there's no more speakers. All right. In which case we will allow for 3 minutes per speaker. And got 6 now. You will notice there's a timer will show up on the screen. Please be respectful of the timer, and we will remind you when your time is up. Okay, so shall we start with our first speaker?
Yeah, Eric Hollister, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate your time. I'm just going to 2 quick points for you that I wanted to bring up. And Mr. Doty's going to know what the first one is. We need a little bit more delineation and a little bit more signage at the corner of Alsace, Lorraine, and Kelly. I've caught 2 commercial trucks that I actually ran down into the state parks area. They didn't even see the stop sign. They didn't see the stuff on the road. Granted, they were fully loaded, but and it's difficult for them to start up at the school and then stop. But with the school being mentioned just now, our daughter or my daughter just got out of Cunha there. And when school was going on, it was great to have the sheriffs there. Saul, thank you. And even the CHP at times. But we still had people running that stop sign. And during school hours, whether it's morning or afternoon, we cannot afford to have a child get hit, obviously, for us to actually make a big impact at that corner. And that's what we did over there at, I believe, Pilarcitas and Kelly. Someone was killed there. And that's what took the city to put in a little bit more signage there. It's right in front of a school, so it should have been done before that. But I've also talked to 2 ambulance drivers that were headed down there on their lunch down to the state park at Kelly, and they ran the stop sign. And I went down there, I talked to them, and they said, yeah, we had no clue. We didn't even see it. We apologize. The city should really make more effort to make some delineations there. So let's put that to bed. The second thing I want to point out, and I'm afraid I'm just the canary in the cave here, but I think we need to take a second look at what's going on with the light pollution at Rocket Farms. I know it's a grandfathered in right. So was cigarettes on airplanes in the 50s and 60s. Doesn't mean it was correct. It dramatically increases the growth rate and the capability for the eucalyptus groves to get out of hand within 1 mile. And every plant needs 225 nanometers of light or less to sleep. So that means these plants around there are not getting their proper due. So while Rocket Farms can grow their poinsettias, their Christmas trees, their fancy herbs, all the rest of us suffer. And there's people that come into this town saying, what's this giant UFO glow during foggy nights? And why is it when I'm going north on 280 or south on 280, I can just see this glow? It's not the shopping centers. Of course there's shopping centers here. Of course there's ball fields here, but there's regulations on that. The guys or the folks at the end of Frenchman's Creek Road, the cannabis guys, they're playing ball. They blacked out all their curtains. But because this is a grandfathered in right, cigarettes on airplanes in the 1950s, Rocket Farms and Charles Cosmot and his team are not being responsible. They brought in threats saying, if you're going to increase the welfare or increase rather the minimum wage, we're going to be forced to leave town, and then cannabis people might come in here. Well, cannabis folks are regulated, so they're not going to be putting out light pollution like Rocket Farms is. So I think it's something that the city needs to take a second look at. I realize it's grandfathered in rights, but I don't think that business takes priority over safety, number one, and pollution. And light pollution is pollution. So I appreciate your time, folks.
Appreciate your comments, and maybe please send email to John Dowdy about what you're talking about with the stop sign. So make sure it stays on the radar screen. Thank you very much. Okay.
And next we have Bill Paulson. Bill, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I'd just like to briefly renew my request that the City Council begin holding open public hearings again. The governor has just released us all from the requirements of the restrictions from the emergency order, but apparently has decided to wait until September 30th to formally rescind the waiver of the Brown Act. In my view, it's very important, even vital, for the City Council to allow members of the community to give their testimony in person. In fact, arguably, the most important people at a council meeting are the public members, not the council members. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion. Appreciate it. For our next speaker.
Belinda Arriaga, you have 3 minutes. Belinda Arriaga, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening, Council. Really glad to be here tonight. I wanted to share just an update with you all to say thank you for all the support you have given the program of ALAS. As a result of your COVID support and just ongoing efforts, ALAS is having and hosting its first ever summer camp. Because of the concern for the mental health of the youth in our community, just being able to come back out to be able to do creative programming. And so we had 60 kids right now for a free 5-week camp. that we're hosting at Alas, and we're having guitar, drumming, singing, hip hop dancing, educational tutoring in collaboration with the University of San Francisco. We are having 5 faculty come from USF, and we're also being sponsored by the McGrath Center there for the educational side. We're inviting the mayor to come out and speak to the kids, hopefully one day this week, and we want to invite all of you to stop by. Um, Deputy Captain Lopez, you're also welcome to come and say hello to the kids. I think today we asked them if they knew what city council was, and they didn't. And so we got to introduce to them Councilman Jimenez, but we also had them dream about what it would be like for them one day to be on city council. So you're more than welcome to stop by, but I also want to thank the city, to Bob, Matt, and Victor, for all your work too, to make this happen. So I know that, you have supported us, but also on the other end, I want to say thank you, because with the COVID support, we've been able to increase our mental health services, which are free to the community. We've been able to increase services out even in the fields with the farm workers. We have right now 200 people coming every Saturday for our pop-up food pantry that has now become a staple because it's a Whole Foods pantry. And that has happened as a result of you all, and we're still hearing the need. So we want to say thank you. I also really want to reiterate and shout out that we really need affordable housing. We're having families that are coming more and more into our office for support. I've been working with several families for 3 months and have gotten every door shut for housing for them. We're seeing a lot of discrimination in terms of people that don't have social securities, or if there's multiple families, they can't rent, or if they don't have all this documentation, they can't rent. And I understand that there are policies, but I also understand we're essential workers in our community that need housing, and our families deserve a place to live. And we're asking for your support to please continue to push for affordable housing, because it's such a crisis right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Belinda, and thank you for all the work, and you and Alice do for the community. Greatly appreciated. Our next speaker, please.
Next, we have Thomas Lundgaard. Thomas, you have 3 minutes.
How's it going, everyone? Thanks for having me. Today, I wanted to speak on in regards to the fifth surf school being added. I am the owner of Tommy Tsunami Surf School, and we are a licensed surf school in Half Moon Bay. And there's 3 main reasons why I think it wouldn't be beneficial for the community to add a fifth surf school. And that list as follows. In first one being a safety hazard. As you guys know, the beach continues to get smaller due to erosion, and Half Moon Bay is continuing to get more crowded. Currently, the 4 surf schools are limited to 8 people per surf lesson. And the main reason for that is a safety concern. So it seems a little contradicting to limit the local schools here while also adding a 5th school. So whether the beach gets larger, or the city maybe has a full-time lifeguard on the beach or whatnot, I think it wouldn't be safe to add a 5th school. The second point I would say is that, in our opinion, currently the amenities and infrastructure at Surfers Beach, where we teach our lessons, could definitely be upgraded to support the current schools with permits and the beachgoers. We're out there 7 days a week, and we, every weekend we see the trash cans are overflowing. The unpaved dirt lot parking lot is overcrowded with no bathrooms, no showers, and homeless living people in the bushes or by the skate ramp. And adding a 5th surf school would only make things worse by promoting more people coming. So until there's more infrastructure, I think it wouldn't be a positive thing. And then lastly, the 5th surf school looking to be added is from San Francisco. They're not a resident of Half Moon Bay City or San Mateo County. And when we went through our permit process about 2 years ago with Corey and Matthew, there was a big jump to go from 3 to 4 permits. And one of the main concerns and one of the things that they wanted to have at the city was a local school. And I was just kind of wondering what, if we allow a San Francisco surf school, when does it stop? Does it allow Santa Cruz schools or San Jose schools? And from what we've noticed is, although at the end of the day, all the schools are, we're a business, so we're looking to make money, but we've lived here our whole lives. And we have more of a deeper connection and a passion to the community. So I'll wrap up with that.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Tani. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Crystalline Geet.
Good evening, wonderful council. I just wanted to let you guys and the community know that the chamber is going to be running our annual Farm, Fish, and Flowers tours this year. And it's going to be on July 24th. And we're working on setting up the tours right now, but tickets will go on sale soon. And we've got new options like box lunch. But if you're ever curious about what goes on behind the scenes at your favorite harbor and farms, this is the time to get the behind the scenes look that you don't normally do, and it'll be our 30th year. So how cool is that? So if anybody has any questions, or if there happens to be a farmer listening who wants to participate, please give us a call at the chamber. We're super excited to start these traditions back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystalline, and congratulations on year 30. Appreciate it. Okay,
Next,
our next speaker, please.
next we have Rosalba. Rosalba, you have 3 minutes.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Kimberly. I'm just translating for Rosalba.
Great.
We're trying because we keep calling people and for renting, and they're telling us you can't live here because you have many children, and then viviendas, like basically they don't want us with kids. We have like 3. It's supposed to be 2, and so we want to, if you can make more viviendas for more people, because people have kind of a lot of children. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you for translating. Thank you, Rosalba. And yeah, we'll get back to you on something about that. So thank you for letting us know that there might be
You're
people
welcome.
who might not be renting rooms because people have children. Thank you. Or houses. Okay, I think, is that it for our speakers?
Yes, that concludes public comment.
Okay, I will now officially close our public forum. And next we will move into proclamations and presentations. And I am delighted this evening. Are our 2 winners, Jessica, do you know, aboard, or just to say hi, or I don't know. Do you know?
I actually am not aware of who the 2 winners are. I do see a hand raised though, so that might be one.
Okay. So, yeah, I think we have Matthew there. That's right. And hopefully maybe Julio. Yes. Okay. So I don't know if they want to turn their cameras on, but that's up to them. We have 2 winners to announce tonight of the city's inaugural Earth Day essay contest, which was held in April. And it's to celebrate Earth Day and encourage high school juniors and seniors to explore sustainability topics that impact the coastside community. Due to COVID-19, last year's contest was replaced with a series of smaller social media challenges, but we're very happy to bring back the essay contest this year, and we award 2 $1,000 scholarships to these two high school students. And the scholarships are for those who display a commitment to making Half Moon Bay a more sustainable community. So each year there's a question asked, a prompt, and this year's prompt was, what can you do to inspire community-wide change to reduce greenhouse gas emissions within the city of Half Moon Bay? And both of our winners decided to address the issue of transportation and reducing carbon emissions from cars, which is one of the highest pollutants in our area. So our first winner is Julio Rodriguez. And again, I don't know if he doesn't have his camera on there. Well, first I want to say congratulations, Julio. The judges, we read everybody's essays, and it was hard choosing. Julio is a rising senior at Half Moon Bay High School, and Julio wrote about the harmful effects of CO2 produced from cars. And he discussed how CO2 increases the acidity of our oceans, causing harm to our local ocean ecosystem and all the animals and creatures that live in our ocean. And he proposed implementing a carpooling program for the high school's 900 students. And what was interesting and creative was he got into the detail of how to do that. And he wanted to organize these carpools by neighborhoods, wanted to connect everybody via an app, also offer incentives of small prizes to incentivize participation. And, you know, we thought that was great. Julio is also an active member of the ALAS Leadership Program, and he was recently accepted to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute in Washington, D.C., where he hopes to learn about local legislation and how to navigate the system so he can bring that knowledge back to the community. Well, congratulations on your scholarship, Julio. Congratulations on getting accepted to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute in Washington, D.C. That's quite an honor. And that's terrific. So thank you for writing your essay, and congratulations on winning. And you will receive your check soon. So thank you very much. I'm sorry we're not live. We'll be able to award your check in person here, and everyone would be applauding, but let's applaud Julio for a second. That's fantastic. Okay. Our next winner is Matthew Spink. And Matthew is another rising senior at Half Moon Bay High School. And Matthew also decided to tackle this issue of reducing car emissions and transportations. And he was advocating for a wider adoption in support of the Half Moon Bay Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan. And he referenced the plan's 5 E's: education, encouragement, enforcement, evaluation, and equity, to encourage cycling, and he's committed to adopting bicycling as his main mode of transportation. And he also plans to advocate for greater adoption of bicycles at the high school by encouraging the student government at Half Moon Bay High to promote cycling at assemblies and to offer covered bike racks at the school. And we thought that was, even though people have heard of the Pedestrian Master Plan, the idea of really educating it to get people to adopt what's recommended in that plan and take advantage of it and change their habits, we thought was great. And he wrote some very eloquent ideas on how to do that. So in addition to bicycling, Matthew's sustainability efforts include growing his own crops, including sugar snap peas, tomatoes, Brussels sprouts, and more, and making sure that any uneaten parts of these plants are either composted or returned to the soil. So again, thank you, Matthew, for writing your wonderful essay, and congratulations to Matthew Spinks on winning his scholarship. So thank you very much. And in closing, I just want to say thank you to all the students that submitted essays this year. We encourage those that were not selected this year but are returning as high school juniors or seniors next year to participate next spring when we plan to offer this scholarship again. Finally, I want to thank our scholarship sponsors, Republic Services and Peninsula Clean Energy, who make this program possible. And of course, I want to thank our very own Jennifer Chong from our staff, who helped organize this contest and got encouraged everyone to write essays and got judges aboard and kept the process running smoothly. So thank you again, Jennifer, for a very successful scholarship program this year. Okay. Our next item is a brief update from our Midcoast Community Council update, and that update tonight will be from Claire Touton.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Uh,
Claire. Great to see you.
Good to
Or
see
hear
you. Just as an aside,
Yeah.
I don't know, I think because you're using a webinar format rather than a, whatever the other format is, none of us could actually be on camera.
Oh, is
so
that right? I
that's-
didn't know that.
And we can't see who else is attending the meeting either.
Got it. All right. Thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that.
So we've been busy. The main thing that we continue to focus on is wildfire related issues. We put together a list of about 20 items that we thought were important and tried to prioritize what we might actually be able to have some effect on. And the things that we thought were actually low hanging fruit for us included streamlining the eucalyptus removal process with the county in terms of permits, and increasing the range of the chipper program, which is doing quite well, and encouraging placement of more early detection fire observation cameras, which there are some places that are willing to put them in. I don't think they've been put in yet, though. What has been done, though, in this whole area is that there is a measure pending with the Board of Supervisors to approve $500,000 in Measure K funds to help fireproof the medians in El Granada, which has been something that's been a little bit of a bone of contention among different agencies for quite some time. So we're really happy to see that they will most likely begin working to trim and remove vegetation that is deemed dangerous in the medians. We also commented on a mitigated neg deck on the grading of the road on Montera Mountain. This is so that they can reach the satellite stations and other precipitation monitoring stations that are on top of the mountain, which were already upgraded without permits. So all of this is after the fact. But the grading of the road is not after the fact. And we were concerned with the width that they were proposing to make the road, with the amount of brush that was being cleared without what we thought were adequate environmental studies, and with the number of turnarounds they wanted to put in. Apparently, there already are a number of places where trucks can turn around. They wanted to add 5 more, which we thought was probably not needed. So we sent a comment on that to the county to consider with their permitting. We also heard from Reimagine Samtrans and their proposals for changed service. The 2S concerned about were adequate transportation to schools, because the school busing that Samtrans provides basically does affect the mid-coast and is sometimes not quite adequate. So we're hoping they can work on that a little bit. And they're also proposing a on-demand shuttle, which you probably are aware of, that would connect the areas between El Granada and Half Moon Bay in a small, relatively inexpensive on-demand vehicle. We think that's a great idea. We are concerned that they want to stop it at El Granada, when in fact the people in Montera and Moss Beach are more isolated from Half Moon Bay and need it more. So we'll hope that they can kind of rethink that a little bit. We also sent a letter to all 4 agencies involved in the dispute about coastside sewer service. We urged all of them to redirect their energies and money toward providing predictable infrastructure for all of us. And we're concerned that the whole process divides us from our neighbors, which we didn't like to see. So if you have any comments or questions, I can take them.
I don't think so. Great, thank you very much, Claire.
Okay.
Okay, before I go on to mayor's announcements of community activities and community services, I was just informed that we have some Spanish-speaking parents who didn't know about raising their hands for the public forum. So I am going to, we'll open that back up and I will ask, are there any Spanish-speaking parents who didn't realize that they had to raise their hand as attendees, and see if we have any folks raising their hands? I see one so far. Two.
Mayor Brownstone, if I could
Yes.
have Victor Hernandez announce that in Spanish, he's on as well.
I thought he was, yeah, oh, I
to
thought he was
translate.
already doing that. Got it. Yeah, thank you, Victor, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, please. So, para aquellos que quieren comentar y quieren alzar la mano, hay una función en la barra de tareas al fondo de su pantalla que tiene un icono de una manita que dice Raise Hand, que quiere decir alzar la mano. Entonces, si ustedes hacen clic en esa mano que está en la barra de tareas, al fondo de la pantalla, entonces señala al concejal que ustedes tienen la mano alzada y quieren hacer comentario.
And Victor, are you going to translate simultaneously for us? Is that how this is going to work, or?
So thank you. That's a good question. I think if there's any public comment, I'm actually going to do it consecutively. And what that means is some people will give me like a chunk of information. They'll
Right.
pause and then I'll interpret that and then we'll kind of take it from there.
So do you want to let folks know to not go too fast so you have a chance to translate at the
Sure.
pause?
Thank
Great.
you.
Okay.
So our first speaker then is Patty Ramirez.
Yo voy a hablar en español.
Ok.
¿Me escucha?
Señora, si le puedo, sí me escucha usted.
Sí, yo sí escucho perfectamente.
Ok, Pati, por favor, si me hace usted el favor de darme trozos pequeños de información, porque es importante que todos capten lo que usted tenga que decir y yo traduzco lo demás.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. Primeramente quiero agradecer a todos los concejales por escuchar mi voz y por atender a mi necesidad. Yo estoy tratando de abogar por la comunidad hispana que están en necesidad de viviendas accesibles, porque el costo de vivienda está aumentando, está siendo exageradamente ridículo los precios que están pidiendo por
permítame.
renta.
Gracias. So first of all, I want to thank all the council members for giving me this moment and listening to my voice. I've been advocating for Hispanic community and the need for affordable living because the cost of living in this area has skyrocketed. Adelante, señorita.
Y lo segundo, que si pudiéramos tener algo, especialmente por las familias que tienen niños pequeños y que ellos están desesperadamente buscando dónde quedarse en esta área de la bahía o de la costa más bien, porque se tienen que mudar y tendrían que salir, pero los pocos que quedarían aquí son, pues, el trabajo es lo que los hace estar aquí, pero serían pocos y nosotros como hispanos nos estamos sintiendo como que nos están sacando de Half Moon Bay.
Okay. Gracias. Un momentito, por favor.
Okay.
So second point is if we could pay special attention, especially families with small kids, because they're frantically looking around for
you know, a place to stay here primarily on the coast because, you know, they have to move, but only the few that are left behind, well, they stay because of work. Work is why they stay. And as a Hispanic, I feel we are being pushed out of Half Moon Bay. Adelante, señorita.
Y pues espero que tomen cartas en el asunto y puedan tener un orden de control de renta, que no vaya más en aumento, porque esto no nada más creo que nos esté afectando a nosotros los hispanos, sino también a la comunidad en general. Y no sé a dónde más se puede recurrir, que escuchen nuestra voz, porque esto es urgente,
Okay.
más que una necesidad, urgente.
Gracias, señora. So, and well, I hope you take note, some kind of note in order to control the rent, because I don't think it just affects Hispanics, but I think it affects the entire community in general. And so we don't know, I don't know where else to go. And so I think this is an urgent matter.
Por último, quiero agradecer que me hayan escuchado y que espero una respuesta lo más pronto posible, porque hay una lista de familias en busca de vivienda de más de 20 familias. Si es posible que nos puedan dar una respuesta en los próximos, no voy a decir meses, pero semanas. Y muchas gracias por haber atendido a mi necesidad y a mi llamado.
Gracias. So lastly, thank you again for listening. And I'm going to wait for a response from you as soon as possible, because there's a list of families. There's 20 plus families that are looking. And so I'll wait for your response. And I'm not going to say in a few months, but I'm going to say in a few weeks. And once again, thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. Gracias, Pari, por su participación anoche.
Okay, next. So phone number and 955 phone number. Victor, do you have a way to? It's really not sure if that's.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. El número de teléfono que termina en 4263. Adelante, por favor. Si me puede escuchar. So phone number ending in 4263. If you can hear me, please go ahead.
He's muted.
And unmute, yeah.
¿Se puede desilenciar?
Maybe you could tell them whether it's located. The
Si me puede escuchar, parece que el micrófono para desilenciarse se encuentra al fondo de su pantalla, a mano izquierda. Hay un icono o una imagen de un micrófono. Simplemente haga clic en ese micrófono para empezar a comentar.
Okay, maybe we can call Rosalba first and then see
Yeah,
if we can get
let's
her
do that.
connected.
Great.
Rosalba?
Hola, buenas tardes, ¿sí me escuchan?
Hola, buenas tardes, señora. ¿Me hace un favor? Vamos a capturar todo lo que usted tenga que comentar, así es que si me puede dar pedacito por pedacito en sus comentarios. De esa manera nos aseguramos de que todo el mundo escuche lo que usted tenga que decir. ¿De acuerdo?
Sí, está bien.
Muy bien, gracias. Adelante.
Yo estoy en una necesidad muy grande porque tengo una semana para salir de este hogar y tengo 3 niños y no encuentro renta.
Okay, muchas gracias. So I have this huge need. I am going to have to leave in 1 week and I have 3 kids and I can't find a place to rent. Adelante.
Hemos buscado por 2 meses y es muy cara la renta y no quieren rentar porque no tenemos crédito.
Yeah. We've been looking for over 2 months and the rents are really high and they don't want to rent to us because we have no credit. Adelante, señora.
Yo tengo aquí más de 16 años y aquí tenemos nuestro trabajo y no nos gustaría irnos de Hamilton Bay.
I have 16 plus years living here and we also work here and we wouldn't want to leave Half Moon Bay. Gracias, señora. Adelante.
Y para nosotros es muy importante vivir aquí. Yo padezco migraña y para mí este clima de Hamilton Bay es muy bueno.
Uh-huh. Gracias. And it's very important for us to live here. I suffer from migraines and the climate here in Half Moon Bay is really nice. It's really good for me. Adelante, señora.
Nada más no soy yo, hay varias personas que no han podido buscar un hogar aquí porque las rentas son muy caras. Y sí me gustaría que hubiera un control de rentas para todas las familias que tienen niños.
Gracias, señora. So it's just not me. I know that there's many people that can't seem to find a place because the rent is too high. And so, yeah, I would like there to be some kind of rent control, especially for families with kids. Gracias, señora. Adelante.
Para mí sería todo y muchas gracias por escucharme.
I think that's all I have. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Gracias, Rosalba.
If I could interrupt briefly, is the speaker aware about the services that Coastside Hope offers?
El miembro concejal Roderick le pregunta a usted, señora, que si usted reconoce que hay servicios, would you kindly repeat the service again?
Coastside Hope.
El servicio de Coastside Hope. ¿Conoce eso?
Sí, sí lo conozco, pero son muchos requisitos de que ahorita nos están pidiendo y nos sacarían, pero sería fuera de Hamilton Bay.
We do know that service. There's just too many prerequisites, and the place that they would find for us would be outside of Half Moon Bay.
Okay.
Bueno.
Thanks for the suggestion, Councilmember Rohraback. Okay. I think we're on to, let's see.
I'm
Yeah,
working with Councilmember Jimenez to try and reach the speaker. That is the number, but I do have a Kimberly with their hand raised, so I'll call on them quickly.
oh, okay.
Kimberly?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rebeca Gama. Soy mamá de Kimberly.
Un momento, por favor, señorita. Queremos captar todo lo que usted vaya a decir en esos comentarios. Si me hace el favor de mantener los comentarios breves, de esa manera todo el mundo puede escuchar lo que usted tenga que decir, ¿de acuerdo?
De acuerdo.
Thank you. Okay, adelante.
Sí, estoy yo en la misma situación. No tengo renta. Tengo hasta el día lunes para salir.
I'm in the same situation. I don't have anywhere to rent. I have until Monday to get out.
Siempre han dicho que ayudan a los niños especiales. Yo he metido aplicaciones desde el 2002 En el 2012 volví a meter otra aplicación. Mi niña es especial y desgraciadamente no he encontrado nada de renta.
So they always say that there's always help for kids with special needs. Well, I've submitted applications since 2002. My girl is special needs, and I just can't seem to find anywhere. Adelante, señorita.
Y yo quisiera que buscaran una, no tanto para que me ayuden a mí, sino a otras personas que están en mi misma situación. No hallamos a dónde ir. Yo tengo 23 años aquí y no quisiera moverme de Hammond Bay.
Muchas gracias. So I want for somebody to look around, not just for me, but for others as well that are in the same situation that I am. I have 23 plus years living here, and I wouldn't want to move out from Half Moon Bay. Adelante, señorita.
Hemos escuchado que en Montage ha habido departamentos que se han desocupado, pero desgraciadamente le dan a prioridad a otras personas que están más acomodadas que uno. Yo pienso que sería prioridad a las personas que tienen niños especiales, pero aquí no nos dan esa preferencia.
Gracias. So I've heard that over in Moonridge, some apartments have become available, but they seem to give priority to people that are already settled or established. I think it would be better if they give the opportunities for families with special need kids. Adelante, señorita.
Sí, y yo estoy agradecida que me escuchen ahora. No sé dónde irme. Sé que hay un hotel aquí, sí, pero hay muchos requisitos. Y lo que pregunté del hotel que hay aquí para los homeless, pero desgraciadamente dicen que nada más es para los homeless. A nosotros nos van a mandar a otra parte. Yo padezco del corazón, yo no aguanto el calor en otra parte. Tengo mi trabajo aquí y pues toda mi vida ha sido aquí en Hammond Bay. No quisiera salir de aquí.
Ajá. Gracias.
No, okay.
So, and I, first of all, thank you. I'm thankful for you guys listening to me. And they mentioned something about a hotel, but they asked for too many prerequisites or too many, they're asking for too many things. And they're also said that the hotel is just for the homeless. And so, I have heart problems, and I just don't want to, my whole life is here, and I wouldn't want to move out of Half Moon Bay. Adelante, señorita.
Sí, y ese es mi pedido, que nos escuchen a nosotros de latinos, que es tanto requisito que nos han pedido para un departamento y todavía tratamos de conseguir todo lo que nos piden y que nos dicen 30 días de espera para a ver si calificas y aplicaste en tu aplicación.
Gracias. So I ask you, to listen. I mean, there's just too many things that they ask of us, and for, a 1-bedroom apartment. And so even though we try to get all of the documents gathered, what do they tell us? You have 30 days to wait to see if you qualify.
Y lo más triste es que están pidiendo para entrar a un departamento que nada más sean 4 personas, no niños, y 7,500 de entre. Se me hace que es un abuso para uno de latino.
Gracias. So the sad part about all of this is what they're asking for an apartment is that there's only going to be 4 people, no kids, and $7,500 just to get in. I think that's an abuse as a Hispanic.
Muchas gracias. Gracias por escucharme. Es todo lo que yo podía decirles, que si pueden ayudarnos, ayúdenos, por favor.
So thank you very much. That's all I have to say. And if you can help us, please do so.
Gracias, Kimberly. Any luck, Joaquin? Yes?
We're still working on the number, but it's just, the comments from these families. There's many more families in the same situation as you heard from Rosalba and from the other members of the community. It is very sad, what they're going through, especially when they get when they call and the person on the other line, on the other side, tells them, they're not going to rent to Mexicans.
It's sad and illegal.
It is,
And
but it's happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll get back to you on the Moon Ridge thing. So, okay.
There's
great.
there's a few more parents with their hands raised.
I only see one. Do we? Unless my,
The 4263 is now unmuted. So Victor, I don't know if you could say something to see if anyone's there.
Oh, sure thing, Jessica. Buenas tardes. La persona con el número de teléfono que termina el 4263, si quiere comentar, tiene 3 minutos. Adelante. ¿Sí me escucha? I thought I heard something, but then it went away.
yeah. Okay, I think that's all the hands raised that I'm seeing. Is there anyone else there, Jessica?
No, I did just see a hand go up, but then it went back down. Oh, hold on, I think we have it back. Oh, we have the phone number again.
No, it's the phone number. Okay. So we will.
I think we have something, Mayor Brown.
No, almost. See somebody named Juana, perhaps just push the hand once and we'll see if it stays up. Oops. Yeah, maybe she just lost the connection there. Oh, Juana. Juana Ruano, would you like?
There, it says connecting to audio.
Okay, great.
Juana
¿Me
Ruano.
escuchan? ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí,
Sí.
buenas noches. Señora, si me hace usted el favor para maximizar su comentario, si me puede dar los trozos pequeñitos de lo que usted quiera comentar, de esa manera yo le puedo traducir todo lo que usted quiera decir al concejal para que se escuche bien lo que tenga que decir, ¿de acuerdo?
Ok, muchísimas gracias.
Ok, gracias. Adelante, por favor.
Ok, mire, mi nombre es Juana, tengo casi 27 años viviendo aquí en Harmon Bay.
So my name is Juana. I have almost 27 years living here in Half Moon Bay. Gracias, adelante.
Mire, yo sé que tengo mis compañeros y también me pongo yo con ellos porque estamos sufriendo de la renta que está muy alta en Harmon Bay.
So, I have all of my partners, my companions, and I include myself in this, that we're all suffering because the rent is too high here in Half Moon Bay. Gracias, adelante.
Sí, mire, tan solo nosotros aquí vivimos en Harmon Bay y sé que la renta es cara, ya que nosotros pagamos $3,000 de renta.
So, yeah, I mean, just, the 4 of us that live here in Half Moon Bay, we know that the rent is really high. We pay $3,000 in rent.
Y a nosotros sí nos ha también afectado mucho, ya que con lo del COVID nuestro trabajo no es lo mismo.
And so it has affected us a lot. And with this COVID thing, our jobs aren't the same as they used to be.
Y me encantaría que ya que ustedes, todos los que están ahí presentes, nos ayudarían a hacer algo para la gente que no tenemos suficiente dinero para pagar tanta renta aquí.
Okay, gracias. And so I would love for you guys, all of the people that are present, to help us out to do something for the people who don't have the money to pay the rent.
hemos estado pidiendo mucho tiempo que hagan más departamentos de bajos recursos o que la renta baje aquí en Hammond Bay, pero no lo han hecho.
So we've been asking for a really long time to build low-income housing here in Half Moon Bay, but hasn't been done.
Sé que casi la mayoría aquí en Hammond Bay somos hispanos, que vinimos aquí a trabajar para salir adelante y queremos que tampoco sea tan alta la renta que nos suben aquí en Hammond Bay.
So I know that the majority of the people here are Hispanic. We've come here to work to make it better for ourselves. And we just know that the rent here in Half Moon Bay is too high.
Le pido a todos ustedes que hagan algo tanto por los hispanos o por otras razas que también están sufriendo lo mismo como nosotros. Sé de esas personas que ahorita hablaron, que las conocemos y qué triste que no tengan dónde ir.
Gracias. So I ask all of you to not just help, us, the Hispanics, but others as well who suffer the same situation. Sadly, I know all of those people that were just talking, and it truly is a sad situation.
Gracias por escucharnos y esperemos que estas voces que hoy hablamos aquí puedan hacer algo, que no nomás se queden palabras.
So thank you for listening, and I hope that the voices tonight can be heard, not just talk.
Y sé que todos ustedes tienen familia, tienen un corazón, tienen hijos y hay que luchar por todos nosotros, ya que todos somos un solo mundo y un solo corazón. Gracias.
So I know all of you have families. You guys have a heart. You guys have family. You guys have kids. I ask that we remain one world, one heart, and thank you very much.
Gracias, Juana. Well, let's give this one last shot here. With the person raising their hand with the phone number, last 4 digits, 4263, would like to speak now.
La persona que está llamando por teléfono del número 42, que sus últimos números es de 4263, si se puede desilenciar para hacer su comentario, adelante.
Por favor. Okay, I guess that one won't happen tonight. All right, that ends our public forum. Thank you for our other participants this evening. Thank you for letting me know, Jessica. And that closes our public forum for the evening, which brings us to Mayor's announcements of community activities and community service. Have none this evening. Do we have a report out from recent closed sessions, please, from Catherine Engberg?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll report out. Well, first I'll just report that the council did meet in closed session twice last week, special meetings regarding public employee performance evaluation, annual performance evaluation of city manager, also conference with labor negotiator to provide instructions regarding negotiations related to the city manager. That was on June 8th and 11th. Nothing to report out of those meetings. The council met again earlier this evening on 3 items, 2 litigation items with the names Casamira Homeowners versus California Coastal Commission and City of Half Moon Bay. One case is an existing case. One was recently filed. There is a report out regarding the second Casamira action. The council unanimously voted to authorize the city attorney to defend the city in that recently filed litigation. And the third item discussed earlier this evening in closed session was conference of labor negotiators regarding the Local 39 employee organization, and nothing to report out on that last item. That concludes my report.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I will now commence with the consent. I don't think anyone had anything to pull from the consent calendar, correct? Any items? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interrupt before you get started, I did just want to remind Councilmember Ruddock, I believe, was going to recuse on one of the items. Let's see, it's item 1F, SB1 local streets and road improvement project list, because the council member lives within 500 feet of one of the projects, the Poplar Complete Streets project.
Okay, so why don't I do 1F first? Councilmember Ruddock can recuse and then come back on, correct?
That works. And as also, the consent calendar actually doesn't even require turning off the camera. As you recall, when we were in person, the person could stay at the dais. There's no discussion of the item. So
great.
But I do recommend, taking that item separately.
Okay, so I'm going to do 1F and then I'll ask for a roll call on 1F and then we'll bring back Councilmember Ruddock, okay?
Yep.
So I move that we adopt a resolution approving the Pavement Management and Traffic Safety Program and the Poplar Complete Streets Project as the dedicated projects for road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding.
I'll
Do I have a second on that?
second.
Can I please have a roll call on that?
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohraback,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone,
Yes,
motion carries.
great. Well, now welcome back, Councilmember Ruddock. And there's a lot of items here, so I would be happy to read through our consent calendar and move through.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I do have two short comments on two of the consent calendar
good.
items.
Thank you.
I have comments on item 1C and 1K.
Okay.
So 1C is a license for a surf school to operate at Surf Beach. We did hear from a speaker earlier this evening on public forum, made comments about that item and referenced it as a fifth surf school. There are already being 4 out there. So we did note his comments and appreciate those comments. Corey and Matthew did fully vet this fifth surf school, and we believe that it can be done properly and safely. They are going to have follow-up meetings with all 5 surf schools to make sure that safety protocols are followed by all of them in terms of how many people they have and how many kids are in the water at one time. So we do support proceeding with this license.
Thank you for that clarification on that item. And the other item?
My other item is 1K. I just want to make a brief comment. Item 1K is to send 2 letters having to do with legislative items. And I want to make a comment on the second letter. That letter will be, once approved, signed by the mayor and sent to the governor, as well as the 2 chairs of the budget committees in Sacramento. And this letter is in support of a budget request by Assemblymember Berman for $4.75 million that would go towards Carter Park. So we don't know if that's going to happen yet, but this is very promising, I will say. And I just want to remind the council or some of you that this actually started over 2 years ago. Mark Berman came to Half Moon Bay and had coffee with the community at the Half Moon Bay Coffee Company. It was well attended, and a bunch of community members, after he was done, took him down to Carter Park. It was really interesting. They wanted to show him Carter Park and show him how important it was. At the same time, I introduced myself to his chief of staff, Leslie Bulbuck, and said, hey, this is what we're doing. It would be great to get some money. They did try to get us $1 million right before the pandemic broke out, and that was unsuccessful. And, it was a good try. And then we didn't hear from them for over a year. And one day, and Leslie Bulbuck just called us out of the blue and said, hey, we didn't forget about you. We have an opportunity to put a budget request in. You have 3 hours to get me information on Carter Park. And if you get me that information, I'll do my best. And so I just wanted to acknowledge Mark Berman, our assembly member, his staff, Leslie Bolduc, for doing that. They didn't have to do that, and they remembered Half Moon Bay. So we scrambled and got the information to them. I want to acknowledge Jessica and Karen in particular that did all the work to get that information to them. And, you know, knock on wood, I'm not counting our chickens before they're hatched. We may not get it. Very good chance we don't get it, but you don't get anything if you don't ask. And if it comes that this kind of slips through this year because it's one of those budget years, that would be an enormous coup for the city to get $4.75 million for Carter Park. So just didn't want to let that one go unnoticed, and we look forward to mailing that on your behalf tomorrow, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
The
you.
window of opportunity is open.
That's right. Thank you, staff, for catching that. And if we win that, yes, there will be a party. So thank you very much. And great. Thank you for adding in some background on those two items. Also, just so I am now going to move to adopt the following consent calendar items. I'm aware
Mr.
of.
Mayor, don't forget the corrected item G.
I just going to say I'm aware of item 1G. I have it on my other screen here, so I'll read that when I hit 1G, but thank you for the reminder. Okay, so I move that we adopt the following consent calendar items. 1A, reading of the resolutions and ordinances. 1B, warrants for the month of, accept the warrants list for the month of May 2021. Item 1C, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a license agreement between the city of Half Moon Bay and the San Francisco Surf Lessons to operate a surfing school and conduct commercial surfing lessons at Surfers Beach through December 31st, 2022. Item 1D, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 2 to the professional services agreement with Abundant Grace for coastal cleanup services, expanding the program through January 30th, 2022. Item 1E, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the solid waste franchise agreement. We've already done item 1F. Moving on to item 1G, that we adopt resolutions authorizing the city manager to execute professional service agreements within 4 Leaf Inc. for $186,000 for Public Works Construction Inspection Services. Number 2, Peninsula Municipal Engineering Inc. for $142,000 to provide project management of grant-funded projects for the East Side Parallel Trail Expansion Project, number 0619, and Highway 1 Safety, the North Project, number 0538. Item 3, West Coast Arborists for $140,000 to provide tree trimming and tree removal service under the Urban Forest Management Capital Programs. Item 4, Community Services Group Consultants for $107,500 to support the city's national pollutant discharge elimination systems, stormwater program, and regulatory permit requirements. And item 5, American Debris Box for $85,000 to provide portable toilet services citywide. Item 1H, adopt a resolutions authorizing the city manager to execute professional service agreements through June 30th, 2022 with 4 Leaf for building plan check and inspection services in an amount of $231,122, and 2 Metropolitan Planning Group for contract planning services in an amount of $108,750. Item 1I, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional service agreement with Alta Planning and Design, Inc. for final design, permitting, and environmental services for the Pacific Coast Bikeway Connectivity North Project, also known as the East Side Trail Segment number 4, in the amount of $115,197. Item 1J, creation of a lot. Item 1J, adopt a resolution approving establishment of a lot acquisition and retirement fund, where the objective of the fund is to account for in lieu fees and applicable costs with the purpose of acquiring and retiring development rights on existing legal parcels. And item 1K, last but not least, receive and file petition letters for the Carter Park renovation projects and state budget funding for broadband.
Mayor Brownstone, if I might intercede,
sure.
item 1D, you read as
Ah.
expanding Abundant Grace coastal cleanup services through January, not June.
Sorry about that. So thank you very much. We want to adopt a resolution to expand the coastal cleanup services through June 30th, 2022. Thank you for catching that, Councilmember Penrose. Greatly
I'll
appreciate it.
second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone,
Yes,
motion carries.
thank you. We will now move on to ordinances and public hearings. Our only item is 2A, regarding a resolution assessing the levy for the Half Moon Bay Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2021 through 22. Is there a staff report we're going to hear this evening? Yes, we are, from Karen Decker. Thank you, Karen.
Great, thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council and community members. My name is Karen Decker. I'm a senior management analyst in the city manager's office. I'm here this evening to follow up from the May 18th meeting where council received an update from your deputy city manager and an annual report from the Half Moon Bay Hotel Business Improvement District from BID Chair Dana Dahl and Chamber Executive Crystalline Geet. That evening, you also heard a funding request that would promote lodging and enhance marketing efforts and other BID related activities. Your council set today's date to hold the public hearing, which is a requirement of this process in order to continue the levy rate at $1 per rented room per night. In the state code that governs BIDs, the next step in this process is to open the public hearing, entertain any oral protests, close the public hearing, consider any written protests, and then, if council is so inclined, adopt the resolution as stated here on the third bullet. So with that, I will defer back to Mayor Brownstone to open up that public hearing.
I will now open up the public hearing for comments on this resolution.
I noticed show any speakers, Mayor Brownstone.
Thank you. Comments are now closed, officially closed, and open it up for council discussion.
I move that we adopt a resolution assessing the levy for the Half Moon Bay Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2021-22.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, great. So we are now, I'm thinking about taking a break because I think our next item under resolutions and staff reports, which is discussion of the Jimenez Rohrbach report on policing and public safety in Half Moon Bay. I think there'll be a fair amount of comments on that. So is council open for a 10-minute break before we begin on that? Yes, 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 no one objecting? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. It is now 8:17, so let's get crazy. We'll call it 8:30, okay? But please be back at exactly 8:30. Thank you, everybody. members are back. Okay. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to move on to the resolutions and staff reports portion of our council meeting. We will begin with item 3A, and I am going to discuss how this is going to work. We're going to have a lot of public comments this evening. So, council member, this is how this will work. There's three speakers. Harvey Rarbach, and who will present the Rarbach-Jimenez white paper, and then he will be followed by two guest speakers. First will be Greg Woods, and then Carl Tenenbaum, and he will introduce them when he's done. So the way we'll work this is, after each speaker is finished, we will briefly have a segment for council members to just ask any clarifying questions about the presentation they just heard. So in other words, Harvey will speak, we'll have brief clarifying questions. Then Greg Woods will speak, brief qualifying questions, and then Carl Tenenbaum, our two guest speakers, will have been informed that they'll have 10 minutes each to speak, and we'll start with Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking my fellow council members who collaborated and worked together to bring this item to tonight's agenda. It's my hope that we will continue to work collaboratively to provide Half Moon Bay residents with a better quality of life into the future. I also like to thank our two expert guests for their generous donation of time and expertise. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone who is here remotely tonight to provide input or just to learn more about what Councilmember Jimenez and I have been proposed for Half Moon Bay. This is a challenging topic, and we're grateful for your time as we work for better outcomes here in Half Moon Bay. Next slide, please. I'd like to start by recapping some of the information that is in Jimenez Rarbach and also some greater context for the proposal. To do that, we have to go backwards in time a little bit. The contracting model that Half Moon Bay and 4 other San Mateo County cities used was created back in the mid-1950s in Los Angeles County, when the city of Lakewood contracted with the Los Angeles County Sheriff to provide law enforcement services. In Half Moon Bay, we moved to end the Half Moon Bay Police Department and replace it with the sheriff in 2011, mainly for financial reasons. As we are starting to see here in Half Moon Bay, this practice of farming out police services to a contract agency has a large flaw, one that hasn't been an issue until the present time. In the wake of the George Floyd killing, communities around the nation are pushing back on police policies that they feel are inappropriate. The flaw I am speaking about is the fundamental truth that in handing over control of our policing to the sheriff, our city forfeited any right to have any oversight over these services. We signed away our right to oversee the protection of the public to an agency over which we have no control, no input, and no accountability. Arguing about whether or not this is or was legal is missing the point completely. Our most sacred responsibility as the temporary custodians of the city is to provide for the safety of the public. Yet we have abrogated this responsibility by a misguided contract with the sheriff. We've given away this responsibility, not because it is better for our community, but simply out of convenience and maybe to save a buck or two. Next slide, please. To administer this authority, the city is statutorily required to have a chief of police. As the city attorney noted correctly a couple of meetings ago, the chief of police is appointed by the council and is the only authority identified in California code with the statutory authority to set policies for the city of Half Moon Bay. Next slide, please. But as a result of our contract, Half Moon Bay does not have a chief of police, and hence we have no way to set policing policy in our own city or to provide oversight on any matters relating to policing or public safety. We essentially have to beg the sheriff to do this, and if he doesn't, we are stuck with few, if any, remedies. It has been suggested that the sheriff is the de facto chief of police in Half Moon Bay, but this assertion is false. Currently, we have no oversight or control over policing in Half Moon Bay, as has been demonstrated repeatedly in the recent past. Next slide, please. Just over a year ago, a woman named Sandra Harmon was killed on Main Street by two sheriff's deputies. Many people in the community, including a unanimous city council, had issues either with the shooting itself or the investigation that followed. As a direct result of our concerns, the city council asked the sheriff for documentation that would help prove what happened that night. Our contract with the sheriff says explicitly that he is required to provide us any information we request that will allow us to determine the appropriateness of any actions his deputies or agency might take in Half Moon Bay. Despite this fact, the sheriff violated the same contract he is now insisting is inviolate, and he refused to provide us the documentation we requested. We believe this response was inconsistent with a mutually respectful relationship and that it shows general contempt for the city on the part of the sheriff. So, a member of our community was killed under our watch. And because of the system we put into place in 2011, the city council has no authority to do anything about it. You elected us specifically to provide for the public safety. And in this case, and many others, we simply cannot do this, all because of a missing police chief and the contract we signed with the sheriff. Next slide, please. So the first thing you need to know about Jimenez Rarback is that we make the case that the current operating arrangement isn't only counterproductive to public safety, it also removes our legal oversight responsibilities as the city council representing the public. Next slide. Police officers today have become the human equivalent of a Swiss Army knife. Yet their training is inadequate in that it focuses primarily on force-based policing and law enforcement, while mitigation strategies and dealing with people having mental health issues get just a passing review and nowhere near the amount of training the needs of the population demand. European officers, in contrast, can spend several years learning about behavioral sciences, mediation, and conflict resolution without the need for escalation before they are allowed to take to the streets. Crucially, sending law enforcement is not the best response to resolve many calls for service. The police, for instance, are expected to respond to people with mental health or substance use disorders. Yet officers are not hired for their skill in managing complex behavioral health needs, nor do they have the necessary training or resources to do so effectively or safely. Because the police are not trained to provide the necessary quality of service, police responses can create negative outcomes for people with disabilities and those with chronic or acute behavioral health conditions. Often these individuals are arrested and booked into jail, which can exacerbate their medical needs. Next slide, please. Joaquin and I believe that we must look at public safety through a comprehensive model that is based on individual and public health outcomes. This may be difficult for many to hear. The reasons for this are that numerous studies now show us how many of today's policing practices do far more harm than good, even though we have been conditioned to consider all policing as good and beneficial and in the interest of everyone. We believe that we've collectively done a poor job of identifying the problem that public safety presents us with. The system we have in place now is poorly adapted to our present. This is because no one has articulated to our community what public safety and public health actually mean and how to quantify and then care for both. And also, frankly, that our institutions have been too interested in maintaining the status quo or in taking tiny incremental steps that do little to re-envision the overall problem. If we approach policing like we do medical care, it will become instantly apparent that a significant majority of policing activities affecting all people, whether of color or not, cause more harm as a consequence of their implementation than they do good. Imagine if you showed up at the hospital with a broken leg. They put you in a room and a doctor soon appears looking at your leg speculatively before announcing, well, I'm a cardiac surgeon, but I'm all we got tonight, so I'll do the best I can to get you all fixed up. Policing today is no different. Officers are being forced to respond to countless types of crises that are outside their experience or knowledge base, yet we expect them to handle them well. Add to that the burden on the officers, who inevitably get blamed when things don't go well. At present, the performance measures commonly used in policing include metrics such as the number of arrests made, tickets issued, guns, and pounds of illegal drugs seized. These metrics are rooted in a belief that through deterrence and incapacitation, these basic law enforcement actions will lead to a citywide reduction in crime. Unfortunately, the evidence consistently demonstrates little, if any, connection between these law enforcement performance metrics and actual crime rates. This is true even when additional resources are poured in or punishments ratcheted up. If you apply a public health medical model to the problems of public safety, you will see very quickly that armed officers are not, in fact, the best answer for the vast majority of 911 calls for your help. Yet in Half Moon Bay today, if you call 911, you're going to get an armed sheriff's deputy no matter what you need or want. And unfortunately, in at least 2 instances, we ended up with dead members of the public as a result. Next slide, please. Even though this topic is politically divisive, a Gallup poll of the nation that we then extrapolated to reflect Half Moon Bay's voting demographics showed that 72% of the voters in our city support major overhauls to our policing system, and another 23% support less significant change. Only 5% would actually support making no changes at all. It's our job as a council to implement what is clearly wanted by our community in order to make our city a safer place for all of us. Next slide, please. Most actions by police are well-intended interventions developed to address dangerous situations. Policing is viewed by most officers as a type of treatment meant to secure or preserve public safety. But taking this idea seriously means acknowledging that, like in the medical field, even the best intentioned treatments can cause harms, and frequently these harms may not be present at the site or time of the actions taken. A great metaphor for policing is the use of medicines when treating cancer patients. We all know someone who has been through chemotherapy, so you've likely seen firsthand what the toxic chemicals that kill cancer cells also do to healthy cells. In this case, we weigh the overall risk associated with using these chemicals, which are substantial, against the overall benefit of using the chemicals. They are life-saving. If someone offered you a cocktail intended to treat your cancer that only worked on 1 of every 100 patients, and oh, by the way, that also seriously harmed 5 out of every 100 patients, you would rightly refuse to accept this treatment. We believe that the effects of policing should be viewed in the same way, as they intrinsically affect all aspects of both individual life and the health of our entire community. So how do we do this? Taking the same approach to public safety and policing as we do to public health would mean foreclosing the use of interventions that produce more harm than good, even if lawful or supported by a vocal or politically powerful constituency. One useful concept from public health is the number needed to treat. This measures the effectiveness of an intervention by measuring how many people it must be applied to in order to prevent one undesirable outcome. Many police interventions, from traffic enforcement to investigating suspicious people, are broadly distributed and intended to prevent undesirable outcomes downstream. We need to consider that the sheriff may be treating many more people than necessary to regulate behavior, and further, that armed officers may not even be the correct treatment, especially if the downstream effects on roadway safety or violent crime are not clearly spelled out by research, may actually reduce a community's quality of life, as they conclusively appear to do here. Next slide, please. The changes outlined in Jimenez-Warbeck would be based on a public commitment to the health of our community. We would do this by refocusing our public safety efforts on scientifically driven metrics that look at the health of everyone in Half Moon Bay and work aggressively to prevent negative outcomes as a result of policing or other public safety actions. The changes suggested in the report, intended to restore accountability and control over public safety and policing in Half Moon Bay, will be provided by a new public safety department headed by a director of public safety, who would also serve as the council-appointed chief of police. Next slide, please. A considerable amount of routine police work involves responding to calls involving three categories of risk behavior and vulnerability that are especially well suited to a division of labor: substance use, mental health crises, and homelessness. In Half Moon Bay, the sheriff has traditionally been the default response to these issues, but there is compelling evidence that other actors, usually referred to as community responders, would be more effective at addressing the problems these issues pose. Calls involving drug use and addiction should almost always be routed to specialists in harm reduction and addiction treatment, as the law enforcement approach to drug use has been a dismal failure. However, mental health calls with an element of volatility would require co-response with the sheriff, while other calls that don't meet the thresholds of volatility for an armed response could be routed to health professionals. Next slide, please. The community responder model isn't a new concept. In fact, it has been tried in a number of other cities, basically all of whom have had remarkable success with their respective programs. According to the Center for American Progress and Law Enforcement Action Partners, across 8 American cities, community responders were able to respond to between 21 and 38% of all 911 calls, and an additional 13 to 33% of calls were able to be resolved administratively without dispatching an officer. Those numbers mean that under Jimenez-Warbeck, emergency 911 calls requiring an armed response would see a reduction of at least 30%, perhaps as much as 70%, with a consequent reduction in harm across our population. Indeed, this city council has already shown support for the concept of community responders working alongside deputies. We were unanimous in our support of the Nira Serrano Presente implementation plan, which includes a small allocation of $75,000 in seed funding for mental health services. City staff specifically noted that this funding could be used, quote, to promote a pilot program in which a mental health clinician accompanies a deputy on specific 911 calls where mental health may be a factor. Next slide, please. Our current policing system is known to be biased. As a society and a community, we believe that we all have a basic duty of care for everyone in our community, irrespective of socioeconomic status. Countless studies over the past 30 years have shown that the current public safety policing system employed by the city of Half Moon Bay is biased extremely heavily against our most at-risk populations. including our Latino population, our unhoused population, and our mentally ill population as well. Anecdotal data from the community strongly reinforces these observations, and the complete failure of the sheriff to acknowledge the problems and work proactively to fix them is part of what has driven us to seek a better path. Next slide, please. So, to recap, we have a problem here in Half Moon Bay that is not dissimilar to ones other municipalities are having, as we don't have any control over the policing our people receive. We also have a public safety model that is based on obsolete reasoning and that causes irreparable harm to a significant number of our citizens each and every day. This harm is palpable. Numerous studies have tracked the mental health outcomes for individuals and populations living in fear of law enforcement, and the net takeaway is that individual and community mental health suffers under this kind of pressure. It's for these reasons that Joaquin and I joined together to educate ourselves and to find a better, more scientifically based and supported public safety model for Half Moon Bay. We believe we have accomplished the first part of our goal, which was to bring public awareness to the problems facing our community and its members, to the further end of driving immediate change that will mitigate the ongoing harms at the earliest possible time. Tonight, it's time to begin work on our second goal, the full realization of a remodeled public safety infrastructure that will benefit everyone in Half Moon Bay. Next slide, please. We do this by initiating the process for hiring a chief of police public safety director to be filled no later than the end of this calendar year. This is critical because this is the individual who will be responsible for negotiating our new contract with the sheriff or whichever agency ends up filling that portion of our public safety needs. It will be up to that individual in close consultation with the council to design the operational structure he or she decides to implement. The key here is that, unlike in our current situation, the council would have input into the process and would be able to provide proper oversight for it. Next slide, please. We believe it is critical that the implementation of Jimenez-Varback be done in close coordination and cooperation with the sheriff's office. Once hired by the city, the director of public safety will need to work with the sheriff to develop an organization that respects and maintains the sheriff's authority over their deputies and policies, while enabling alternate services to be brought in where deputies are not the ideal resources to respond. Next slide, please. In closing, we propose tonight that the council adopt an implementation schedule for putting a director of public safety in place by the end of this calendar year. This deadline is necessary to allow the new director the time to begin working with the sheriff to renegotiate a mutually acceptable contract. Any schedule we approve tonight will of necessity be an initial schedule that we may need to adjust later to work around staff's existing plans or other variables. But the clock is ticking and we need to get started. Last slide, please. The slide you now see is the initial schedule that Joaquin and I believe is workable and which would achieve the primary goal of having a new director of public safety on the city staff before the holidays. I am fully open to discussing the timings and answering any questions during council discussions. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Councilmember Rohraback. Are there any questions from council at this point? Okay. Would you, Harvey, would you like to, Councilmember Rohraback, would you like to introduce our first speaker, who I believe is Greg Woods?
Yes, I would. Professor Craig Woods teaches criminology, criminal justice, and legal studies courses. He's a popular educator and internationally respected law enforcement and legal trend expert, constitutional scholar, and student of history. Woods is regularly featured on television and radio programs, podcasts, and in print. Professor Woods recently wrote and presented Policing in the Current Political and Social Climate to members of the San Jose Police Department and other agency personnel, a first of its kind law enforcement training model. Woods participated with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission to quote, build a bridge between the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the communities it serves. Professor Woods has taught at the University of San Francisco, Cal State East Bay, Sonoma State, and San Francisco State. He received his Doctor of Jurisprudence from San Francisco Law School and lives and works in the Bay Area. So, Professor Woods, please.
Welcome, Mr. Woods, and you have, just a reminder, you have 10 minutes. We'll let you know when you're coming up on that 10 minutes, okay?
Great, thank you. It's wonderful to be with you this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about something that I routinely discuss with my students. I'm a law enforcement enthusiast. It's really a privilege to have Chief Lopez with us this evening. I think that it's essential to keep the Sheriff's Department, the Bureau, however it is that we identify those agencies that we will routinely interact with throughout this next few months that are in front of us. I think that even though I'm not a resident of Half Moon Bay, the issue of public safety in Half Moon Bay concerns me. As a Californian, as someone who grew up in the Bay Area, I seasonally found myself at Half Moon Bay, whether it be at the beach or at the pumpkin patch as a child. I have nothing but fond memories about Half Moon Bay. And as I've grown up in the Bay Area, Half Moon Bay has been a jewel on the coast of San Mateo County. And as we consider San Mateo County, we might consider the policies that are at issue, those policies that might be inconsistent, those policies that are employed by San Mateo County, maybe not consistent with the interpretations of what those policies might be, the interpretation of reality shared by those members of the community of Half Moon Bay. Evidenced by the Jimenez-Rohrbach initiative this evening, there is a critical interpretation of the way that law enforcement and public safety is being delivered within the jurisdiction of the city of Half Moon Bay. And for that, might I provide my expertise as it pertains to community policing, policing by community demand. You know, listening to the council member this evening, I'm reminded of an argument that was put forth long ago that gave birth to the Constitution of the United States, this notion of taxation without representation, having a king on the other side of the ocean imposing a set of laws upon a local population. At least I was reminded of that when I was thinking about those policies that are routinely deployed by the patrol function of those sheriff's deputies who are operating consistent with the authority of the county. Now, let's argue about policy. Let's think about the city and county of San Francisco, the other county of Santa Clara, both sanctuary counties. Perhaps we are within a sanctuary state. We can acknowledge that the approach toward law enforcement might very well, at least within the sovereign county of San Mateo, welcome a call to Immigration Customs Enforcement, ICE. There might be a disproportionate interpretation of justice when it comes to those individuals, particularly some of those individuals that were relying upon the translation services of this fine legislative body so that they will be heard, so their voices will be heard. When I routinely provide instruction, the first of its kind, as the council member mentioned, it's a class that is entitled Policing in the Current political, and social climate. I introduce law enforcement officers to stakeholders within the community so that they might be able to share their interpretations of law enforcement with those members of the law enforcement agency that I might be speaking to within a captive audience, the safety and security of the four corners of a classroom to identify the most critical interpretations of law enforcement. And interestingly, we find law enforcement to be receptive, to remember what it might be like outside of the uniform, outside of that patrol vehicle, asking themselves whether or not those individuals who patrol the streets of that particular community are residents of that community. Maybe like myself, where they routinely go to Half Moon Bay to enjoy themselves on a weekend when the weather is right, or whether it might be a property owner or a business owner, a person who has an interest to protect. When they call 911, when they call for police services, what is it that they might expect? And so if we were to expect the community policing model, we might expect to have that authority to be visited upon such an agency by this very legislative body. And the only way that that can happen, the only way that we might be able to control our own destiny is if we, well, I guess meritoriously, within the best interests of those people who are within the sound of my voice, able to renegotiate the terms of that contract for services rendered by the sheriff. One of the things that I do when I speak to law enforcement members, when I speak to students who are interested in criminal justice, the legal system, the way the justice system works, I begin by letting them know that we spell community the same way we spell justice. And we can't spell either without you or I in it. And I think it sounds a little silly, but it reminds us that we need a consensual interpretation of what it is that public safety means. And one of the reasons why I'm so enthusiastic about being with you this evening is because we have an opportunity to make history in Half Moon Bay. We have an opportunity with this initiative, the beginning of a conversation, particularly with Chief Lopez in the room, where we can visualize the way that, well, public safety might be realized. If we can look at the way that our nation was founded, we might appreciate a social contract theory to better understand how it is that government operates and the rights and the responsibilities of those individuals who expect to receive safety and security in exchange for their compliance with the law, their reasonable compliance. Now, what is it that a law enforcement officer might say to an individual that might be misinterpreted as something other than compliance? Well, that's something that we can scratch our heads and talk about for a very long time. I'm sure Chief Lopez could talk about the difference between a consensual encounter or a detention for purposes of investigation, or the challenges of placing someone who needs to be placed into custody, who might be posing a danger to themselves or someone else. We're looking at these at a public safety model. Well, what if that individual has a weapon, poses a threat of immediate injury to themselves or someone else? Do we demand, do we hold accountable those individual officers who might find themselves in the most hyper dramatic of situations that we have delegated to those law enforcement officers? If we are critical in the way that they do not de-escalate or do not employ crisis intervention training techniques, simply because we haven't prioritized the budget to train them or to hold them accountable, to craft credible relationships with those members of the community while they are engaged in those consensual encounters, just walking around the street saying hello, are they more or less likely to do that if they are merely, well, phoning it in? I guess much like what we are doing in this pandemic era over Zoom, phoning it in. We have to put our bodies right there on the sidewalks as we share the streets and the sidewalks of Half Moon Bay, whether we're visiting or whether we live there, whether we're going to work. These are the individuals that are going to be reliant upon law enforcement, public safety to, well, deliver just that. Safety and security in exchange for the compliance. Now, how do we readily receive compliance? We must have trust. And how do we have trust? I have a formula for you formula-minded individuals. If we can consider transparency, plus accountability, we might have a chance at trust. The restoration of trust is the legislative intent, well, for the majority of those reform-minded initiatives that are raining down upon us from Sacramento. Let Half Moon Bay be the place. Let Half Moon Bay be the spot where we are not defunding police, where we are not necessarily reimagining what policing might be, but we are building public safety by building trust, by crafting credibility with those very community members who are one and the same with the law enforcement community, who have the very same responsibilities. You know, we can look at elsewhere throughout history. We can look to the Metropolitan Police Act of 1829 in London, where we actually get community policing in the form of Robert Peel and the Peelian principles, where from the grave he will remind us that the true test of efficient policing, the true test of public safety is the absence of crime. You can scratch your head and you can collectively determine whether or not crime is a problem. I'll tell you this, when crime starts to ratchet up, as it's doing throughout our state, as it's doing throughout our nation, we typically throw money at law enforcement and we hire more police to hit the streets to deter the bad behavior. In the 21st century, we might take a page from an enlightened interpretation of a holistic approach to public safety, where we think about those individuals who might be suffering from mental illness, substance abuse, those socioeconomic deprivations that might create desperation in an individual, where a law enforcement officer is called to the hyper-dramatic set of circumstances where they must be able to assess the threat, conduct a threat assessment within a millisecond to determine a level of force that might very well be necessary. A decision that can't be undone, as we have, well, observed. So the question is cost, a cost benefit analysis. This legislative body in a prior time concluded that the cost outweighed the benefit, and therefore they needed to delegate that responsibility of the patrol function to the sheriff's department through the authority of that very county, San Mateo, which might be operating inconsistently with the interpretations of so many community members. And if that's the case, if there is the political will to do so, if there is the commitment from those neighborhoods that you represent, and if you are of like mind, let Half Moon Bay be the place where policing by community demand is the rule, where you spell community the same way you spell justice, with you and I in it, a consensual interpretation of reality, ultimately held accountable by this very body. And I think that this welcomes many conversations. This is the first step in a very long journey to realize such a vision, but it's doable. And I'm on your side. And if there's anything that I can do throughout this process to assist you, please call upon me, as I feel that I put my shoes on every day for this very reason. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Woods, for your contribution this evening. Greatly appreciated. Do council members have any clarifying questions for Mr. Woods at this point? Checking in with everybody. I don't see any hands up. Great. Thank you again. Councilmember Rohrabaugh, would you like to introduce our next speaker, Carl Tenenbaum, if you please? Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. I really appreciated what you had to say. Sergeant Carl Tenenbaum attended the University of San Francisco's Public Administration program. He subsequently attended San Francisco Law School, where he focused on constitutional law. Carl joined the San Francisco Police Department in 1981. Over the ensuing 32 years, Tenenbaum held a multitude of jobs and positions within the SFPD, including field training officer, undercover narcotics, robbery abatement team, public school liaison, DARE training, critical incident team, hostage negotiator, and evidence control. In 1996, Carl was promoted to the rank of sergeant, where he was assigned as the commander of the San Francisco Housing Authority Community Policing Team. It was during his 3 years tenure in the narcotics unit in the midst of the 1980s crack epidemic that Carl saw the futility of drug prohibition and narcotics enforcement. It was a turning point for Carl and his outlook on drug laws. Carl's daughter is a deputy city attorney in Petaluma, California, and his son followed in his footsteps, becoming a proud member of the San Francisco Police Department. So let's all hear from Sergeant Tenenbaum about community policing.
Thank you for the introduction. Welcome, Mr. Tenenbaum. I think you're on mute. If you would just got to take yourself off, that'd be great. And again, you'll have 10 minutes.
Can
There
you hear
go.
me
We
now?
can hear you now. Great, perfect. Thank you very much.
Law enforcement's my forte, not technical issues like this. Thank you very much for having me. I'm actually honored to be here and humbled. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Brownstone, Vice Mayor Reddick, Captain Lopez, and City Council members. As you heard, my name is Carl Tenenbaum. I'm a retired San Francisco Police Sergeant, here to discuss how establishing a new branch of civilian first responders for police calls for service can reduce over-reliance on the police and result in more positive outcomes for our communities. I will talk about the general idea and the details of this new approach to non-criminal issues in a minute. But first, I want you to know that this is personal to me as a retired police officer, and because of what our officers and deputies, including myself, experience firsthand on a daily basis. I want to share a couple of brief anecdotes about some of my dealings on the streets of San Francisco, and then I'll get into the actual dynamics of what the community responder program looks like. I want to talk to you about Roy, and I want to dedicate this story to Roy. 20 years ago, I was a sergeant walking a footbeat in the North Beach neighborhood of San Francisco, where I had recently been transferred. As I exited Cafe Trieste, a local coffee shop in San Francisco landmark, I saw a handsome, dapper man in his 60s walking towards me. He appeared to be somewhat agitated, gesturing with his arms wildly and muttering incoherently under his breath. I sensed that something was wrong, so I approached him to talk. I tried to initiate a conversation with Roy, at which point he got very animated and started yelling at me, telling me that I didn't have any right to talk to him. His profanity-laced yelling and animated aggressive gestures caught me off guard. And to be honest, I was afraid that he might get violent with me. Yet I remained calm and allowed him to rant until he calmed down, at which point I was confident that he was not a threat to me or anybody else, and thus I went about my business. North Beach in San Francisco is a dense, tourist-rich neighborhood where the merchants and residents are in constant contact and share endless amounts of information with each other. Shortly after my encounter with Roy, I learned from other officers and members of the community about Roy, and that he was one of the regulars, meaning that he was a fixture in the neighborhood and that he had serious untreated mental health issues, primarily schizophrenia and paranoia. Over the course of the next 13 years, until I retired, I would encounter Roy on an almost daily basis. Oftentimes he could be heard before he was seen, walking down the middle of Columbus Avenue, yelling and ranting at the top of his lungs. Needless to say, we received countless 911 calls reporting a crazy person screaming and yelling and scaring people. Fortunately, most of the officers knew Roy and knew that he was not a credible threat to anyone's safety. Eventually, Roy and I became friends. I learned what triggered him, and more than that he really just needed someone to talk to. I was fortunate in the sense that I received extensive training through the police department as a member of the crisis intervention team on how to interact with people dealing with mental health issues. I was also trained as a hostage negotiator, which enhanced my communications and active listening skills. Yet those were specialized blocks of training that I had to request and that wasn't available to all officers. Roy is just one of hundreds of people with untreated mental health issues in San Francisco. The good news is that most officers and deputies receive some training and are usually compassionate enough to handle most individuals like Roy nonviolently. The not so good news is that people like Roy need mental health intervention and long-term treatment, something that most officers are not equipped to deal with. Now I want to talk about Barbara and Louie. Barbara and Louie were two chronic alcoholics who lived in various doorways in North Beach. Barbara preferred sleeping at the Wells Fargo Bank while Louie preferred the entryway of a local nightclub. Every day like clockwork, we receive 911 calls from the employees of the Wells Fargo Bank or from the nightclub reporting an unconscious person in the doorway of their business. And every day, one of the officers from Central Station would go to the location, try to rouse either Barbara or Louis, and then stand by for the paramedics to arrive to medically clear either one or both of them. The scenario with Barbara continued on until one day the responding officers realized that Barbara had passed away in the very same doorway that we had found her intoxicated in on countless occasions. Louis eventually got into treatment and spent the last few years of his life sober and not living in a doorway. Again, these were not criminal situations, yet we had at least one officer tied up for hours every day dealing with a person who had substance use issues. If Barbara or Louis were medically cleared, the officer would then transport them to county jail, where Barbara or Louis would be booked for a public drunkenness violation, thus tying up additional officers and deputies. The police, based on their overall training with the emphasis on voice commands, control, and the use of force as a solution, as well as being tasked with myriad other aspects of law enforcement and criminal investigations, are not the appropriate first responders to deal with the Roys, Barbaras, and Louis of the world. Now we'll speak directly to the community responder model, which Councilman Rohrbach touched on. A recent study of 5 major American cities conducted by one of my colleagues at Law Enforcement Action Partnership, along with the Center for American Progress, revealed that on average, approximately 40% of all 911 calls are classified as low-level calls for service. In addition to the calls for people who are intoxicated or experiencing mental health issues like Roy, Barbara, and Louis, many of the calls are for quality of life issues like noise complaints, loitering, juvenile issues, car alarms, barking dogs, lost property, etc. How do community responders work? The basic mechanics of the community responder program works like this. When a person calls 911, the call taker sees that it's a low-risk type of call and screens it for weapons, violence, or medical emergency. Those notes go to the dispatcher, who instead of dispatching a police car, dispatches a civilian team in a van specially trained and equipped to handle those calls. We have identified 2 main categories of calls that would be appropriate for non-police responders. The first category would have community responders dispatched to lower risk 911 calls related to mental health, addiction, and homelessness. These calls for service are often coded as a disturbance, wellness check, intoxicated person, mental health crisis, etc. The ideal responders are peer navigators, paramedics, clinicians, and social workers. Eugene, Oregon, Denver, Colorado, Olympia, Washington, San Francisco, Santa Rosa, and Petaluma are just the few of the cities nationwide currently transitioning or fully integrated with the community responder model. A second category of calls delegated to the community responders would be calls for service related to quality of life issues and low priority conflicts that aren't related to behavioral health issues. These might be coded as neighbor disputes, juvenile disturbances, suspicious persons, noise complaints, miscellaneous disturbances, or trespassing. The ideal responders are people with credibility in the community and experience and training in mediation and de-escalating conflict. Now, one of the first reactions people have to community responders is, isn't it too dangerous to send unarmed civilians to police calls for service? In Eugene, Oregon, the CAHOOTS program has been operating for 30 years and never had a single casualty or injury or even close call for a civilian responder. Olympia, Washington, and Denver, Colorado have been operating their programs for less time, but they've had 0 safety issues as well. Why? It is often the law enforcement uniform and badge coupled with the officer's lack of training that escalates the situation. In my own personal experience, no matter how well-intended I was oftentimes met with resistance of non-cooperation in situations like that because people did not like the uniform. It took me a long time to understand that. Community responders are trained to use their people skills along with their professional training to manage situations. When a situation turns out different than expected, or if it escalates, community responders could always step back and summon the police via radio communication. Still, fewer than 1% of the calls in Eugene, Oregon get referred to the police, and Denver has been operating for over 6 months without calling the police in for backup a single time. LEAP compiled police calls for service data from 8 cities, and myself and other LEAP police members estimated how useful community responders would be. What percent of those 911 calls for service do we think the community responders could handle? We estimate that between 20 to 37% of all police calls for service could be handled by community responders with no armed police response. That works out to between 1/4 and 1/3 of all calls. tens of thousands of calls per year, and millions of dollars in patrol time. Conclusion. Before I open up to questions, I want to say that LEAP wants this conversation to continue. We're active in many cities, helping them get up and running with the Community Responder Program. I also want to commend Councilman Rohrbach and Jimenez for this groundbreaking legislation that they're putting forward. It takes a lot of courage and bravery in this very controversial time with law enforcement to take something on like this, but there is a very need for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really appreciated your presentation, your comments this evening, and thank you for joining us and taking time. Any clarifying questions from council members regarding Mr. Tenenbaum's presentation? Okay, I don't see anyone having any clarifying questions. So we will now officially open our public comment segment. So anyone who would like to make a public comment needs to raise their hand now. I know a few people already had their hands raised, so if everyone will take a minute to get a sense of okay. Any more hands, please? Okay. Terrific. That's what I like to see, is participation from the public. Great. Since we have way more than 10 folks with their hands up, we will have a 2-minute timer. I ask everyone to please look at the clock. So neither Jessica or Bob or I have to remind people that their time is up. So really appreciate if you can keep your comments under 2 minutes. So I think we could begin with our first speaker. Thanks very much.
Thanks. Dan, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me, council members?
Yes, we can. We sure can.
Excellent. Thank you. I'd like to voice my support for the Rohrbach-Jimenez presentation and all its goals, and speak specifically on a problem that shows up in Half Moon Bay more than one might think, and that's the poverty tows. Basically, these are people whose vehicles are getting towed, or they're picking up charges for expired registration, tail light out, etc. In general, expired registration is reasonable cause for pulling someone, reasonable suspicion for pulling someone over, but it's not probable cause for an involuntary search. All too often, though, the folks getting pulled over for expired registration don't realize that they have not given consent for search by nature of not registering their vehicle. And what happens is a lot of poor people who can't afford to register their cars or fix a taillight end up being subject to an extra bit of scrutiny there. And essentially the arresting officer goes through their trunk and looks for something, illegal or out of compliance. And all too often finds that even if it's a minor item or a low-level misdemeanor, the potential harms, in addition to the clipboard that Harvey had shown, was, of course, loss of transportation, which on the coast side can be everything for these people. Most non-English speakers are not expert defenders of their own civil rights, and anyone who has observed a random nighttime DUI checkpoint doesn't have to watch too long before they think, isn't it unusual that everyone that got pulled over was Latino? All this data, is available with one search of sheriff's records, correlating race and the actual arrest pulled over. Another aspect where Latinos on the coast side are overrepresented in arrests is sexual assault arrests. And we should really...
Dan, your time is up, so if you can...
Thank you.
End your comments, that would be terrific. Thanks a lot. Appreciate your comments this evening. Our next speaker.
Next we have Marina. Marina, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mayor Brownstone, staff, Captain Lopez. Thanks for this opportunity this evening to speak to you. I'm speaking on supporting a full contract with the sheriff. And as you know, I'm well qualified to speak on this as I was one of the decision makers on council to dissolve the Half Moon Bay Police Department. When we were reorganizing city operations, there was two areas we outsourced. One was recreation with San Carlos, which wasn't so successful for either one of us. But the other that was very successful was contracting with the sheriff's office. We saved $1 million annually. But it wasn't only the economic savings. We received a higher level of service than we ever could operating our own police department. And that speaks to economies of scale. In the past 10 years, there were two high-profile shootings which haven't been mentioned in recent conversations. In the summer, 10 years ago, the ink was barely dried when we signed that contract with the sheriffs. We had a gang shooting in a residential area, Arleta Park. Gangbangers rode their bicycles down Grove Street shooting each other. The community was horrified and shocked. Sheriffs came in with full power of law enforcement to curb the other further activities and injuries. And they also organized a big meeting for the community, informational and awareness. It was standing room only as we were educated on the gang influence in Half Moon Bay. And then further in 2015, we had another gang-related shooting behind Safeway, the Oak Avenue area. The sheriffs responded rapidly, so the incident was contained and did not escalate. It'd be great to think that all 12,000 of us are all love, peace, and kumbaya. Yet the reality is daily tens of thousands increase our daily population. Then you have the sunny weekend, you have 100,000 plus descend on the coast, enjoying our beaches, hotels, restaurants, shops, spending their money, a revenue stream which is so important to us because we're no longer a little bedroom community. We are a worldwide destination resort community, a very safe community. If you look at the nightly news, the local news.
Marina,
yes,
I think your time is up, so if you can.
let me just in
wrap
close
it.
saying
Thank you.
that crime is escalating in the Bay Area, but we do not have that here on the coast side. And I believe it's because we have the coast side protected and coverage by our sheriff's office.
Okay.
Thank you for this
Marina.
time to
Thank
speak.
you, Marina, for your comments. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Kathy Beltran. Kathy, you have 2 minutes.
Welcome, Kathy.
Yes, hi. My name is Kathy Reyes, and I grew up in San Mateo County and was criminalized as a young person. I'll go off script for 1 second. I have some prepared remarks, but you know, in response to hearing the word gang thrown out there and gang member, gang banger, I really, really hope that the folks here can see that for what it is. And that's dog whistle. That's racialized language used to criminalize young people of color. But back to the remarks that I have prepared here. My name is Kathy, and again, I was criminalized in San Mateo County. I ended up in the juvenile hall there. Today, I'm a mother, I'm a public health worker, and I'm a graduate student at San Jose State. And I think most importantly is that I can connect the dots very clearly now as to what happened in my life and in the life of many other young people of color. In San Mateo County in 2019, Black residents were arrested at a rate of 7 times higher than white residents in San Mateo County. For Latinx residents, the rate is 2 times as high. And a lot of people ask why. And there's a lot of research out there that tells us that there are structural drivers for these disparities in arrests. And that includes having a system of policing that disproportionately targets people of color. And so it's also important to note that this report really accurately identifies the history and a pattern of decision-making that invests and allocates funds into a system of policing that disproportionately harms people of color and that invests in punishment. And it results in harm and death of people of color, those with mental illness, and other valuable members of the community. And a researcher recently wrote a paper and did some research that found that death at the hands of police is a leading cause of death among young men in the United States. Both Black and Latinos are at a higher rate of risk of dying by law enforcement.
And Kathy, your time is up. I'll let you go over so you can
Thank you.
close it. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate your comments and contributions tonight. Our next speaker, please.
Aisha, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Aisha Barrow, and I support the Jimenez-Rabark proposal because it's addressing a very salient topic, the fact that many citizens in our population do not feel safe when interacting with the police. What I especially wanted to describe to you tonight is a journey that I have been on with this proposal. I initially had many concerns with it, and as recently as a few days ago, I was set on not supporting it. Part of my hesitation was a natural fear of change, and also I did not quite understand what we were solving for. We have a low crime rate. Why fix something that ain't broken? But then I thought of Sandra Harmon and Yanira Serrano. Yanira could have been my younger sister or my daughter a few years from now. I got to know her brother, Tony Serrano, and the pain he still walks in, I don't wish on my worst enemy. And if this proposal saves one life, especially a marginalized one, that of a person of color or someone suffering from mental illness, then the investment is well worth it. But how about if you're not a marginalized life and you walk the streets of Half Moon Bay confident that you or your loved one will never see the fate of a Yanira? Why should you ultimately care? And to me, it came down to the fact that we have nothing to lose here. All that is proposed is additive. We're not talking about eliminating Captain Lopez's role, whom I personally dearly respect, but adding an additional director of public safety role. We're not talking about eliminating armed responses, but supplementing them with non-armed responses. We are adding, being strategic, making smart trade-offs, experimenting, innovating, and we have the perfect city to do that given our low crime rate. In closing, I wanted to thank Councilman Jimenez and Rabark for their bold and courageous proposal. I also want to thank the other City Council members for their thoughtful, wise, and mature consideration. I agree that this cannot be rushed into. The part that needs quick, decisive action is the creation of the Director of Public Safety role. We need to approve the creation of that role, select the best candidate, and then we need to give that director the time and the empowerment to make judicious decisions for Half Moon Bay. There is no one that cares more about safety on our streets than me, a Black mother who lives alone in a white neighborhood with her daughter. Yet I support this, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Appreciate your comments this evening. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Eric Hollister.
City Council, thank you again for taking the time to hear my comments on this issue, as well, Captain Saul. I support this, and I voted for Harvey, and I supported Joaquin in his efforts to get in the City Council. Wasn't able to vote for him. Doesn't mean that I supported everything that either one of these gentlemen have supported in the past. However, this is an urgent cry from a citizen that has not received as much just flat out racism that other individuals in our community have. But I also want to speak to the immense job that the Sheriff's Department has done since I had run-ins in the early 90s with the good old boys. And while there was a fantastic sheriff involved in Mike Orange, there were several cowboys there that just didn't belong there. And I don't necessarily think it's gotten back to that point. But I do feel that there needs to be someone held accountable as a representative for Half Moon Bay. Saul is our representative here on the coast, and I have immense respect for him. And I think that there can be someone like, unfortunately, Sergeant Jim, who's retiring soon. He's a longtime local, so is his family. But there are other options in the Sheriff's Department that can be designated as, hey, this is the Half Moon Bay representative. Here are your two deputies. or your two employees, I should say, that are you are responsible for. One is a deputy, and one is an expert in mental health services and other matters, and is unarmed. And you have a recent addition to your squad who has family here on the coast, who lives in El Granada, not Half Moon Bay, but he has a tremendous vested interest in the coast. And I know he's not a racist. I know him personally. I know his family well. He's an excellent representative, and he left San Mateo. And I'm not, and I don't know specifics, but maybe he felt
Eric?
uncomfortable over there. So I think that there is.
Time's up, Eric.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I completely support this.
Appreciate your comments this evening, Eric. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
John Olam. John, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I tend to say that, agree that a lot of the problems that have been identified tonight are definitely issues that need to be dealt with. I admire the attempt at the report. I do not think it's very well thought out. It seems to be top-down kind of policing or legislating, or however you want to look at it. There were a lot of words used like enlightened and community agrees, wants this, when I don't know at all what the community wants or agrees with. I mean, people say it all the time. I did want to say that the second speaker you had, expert, provided actual useful information, something that we could all get behind, the idea of sending out the right kind of expertise to deal with a particular situation. And as we've seen, I'll use an example of Mr. Okabe. He was walking down the street and crossed the street illegally. He jaywalked. He was mentally ill. The officer that initiated the contact, he wasn't looking for any bad hombres. There was nobody out there looking for robbers or murderers or anything like that. The officer saw a man cross the street. And then when he tried to interact with the man acted kind of erratic and tried to avoid the officer. Within half an hour, that man was dead. He was dead because he would not comply. And honestly, I don't know whether the right decisions were made that day, because no one's ever really looked at it from that point of view. Our DA and the lawyers that run this county, they care about what's legal, what the law says, but they do not concern themselves with what is right and wrong. So I have to ask myself, did Mr. Okabe really need to die on that day? Could there have been a different response? And I say the same with Sandra Harmon. I think that maybe there couldn't have been a different response, but there certainly could have been a lot more truthful and forthright explanation for what has happened. And we don't seem to have a right to ask for anything like that. And so what I'd like to suggest with whatever time I have left is that we stick with these ideas of changing how we enforce certain laws and deal with disturbances and with people who are mentally ill and things like that. And that we be looking at that, but we look at it more from a point of view as a community services board that applies to the whole county, applies to the whole department. Councilmember Ruddick mentioned last meeting that the 5 other cities that contract with the sheriff. I cannot see a timer, so if I'm past my time, we'll just have to.
Yeah, John, you're about a minute over.
Sorry, I was on mute there. So sorry, John, you couldn't hear me, but thank you for your comments. I appreciated that. Forgot to take myself off mute. Okay, our next speaker, please.
Bill Bolson, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, in my view, this proposed plan makes radical changes to Half Moon Bay that would increase violent crime, reduce public safety, and increase substantially city expenses. The principal recommendations are to add a layer of administration, i.e. the chief of police, and to stop enforcing a whole array of laws. You know, it's already been pointed out that Half Moon Bay is a safe city, that's partially true and partially not true. It's not a high rate of violent crime, particularly, although that rate has been trending up over the last few years. But our record on traffic-related crime, not crime, but accidents and so forth, leads us to be ranked by the state of California as the 7th worst out of 105 similar sized cities. So reducing the amount of traffic enforcement is virtually guaranteed to increase the rate of bicyclist and pedestrian and vehicle accidents. It's just a fact of life. If you don't enforce it, people are going to speed more, run red lights, and hit people. A problem I have with the paper is, it starts out with this contrived straw man that Half Moon Bay hasn't defined public safety. Well, it has. It's just baloney that we have this straw man. And, Harvey's very nice 25-minute long monologue just added more fuel to the fire with a dozen or so straw men, totally unsupported. All you have to do is go to the first of 43 post workbook training for the deputies, becoming an exemplary peace officer. That's really what we're about, is how do we enforce peace? Because that's what we all want, and how to be exemplary in the actions of the deputies. And when you go through this thing, it really covers all of the issues that we're talking about in different ways. I'd really recommend people start with that and study it. And I'd also like to simply enter a objection process-wise to what's going on. At the last
Thank you.
council meeting, this whole matter was
Yeah,
assigned
Bill,
back to the Public
your-
Safety Committee, and that's where this kind of stuff
Bill, your
ought to
time is
begin.
up. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, please.
Suzanne, you have 2 minutes.
Welcome, Susan. I think you're ready. You're on. Susan, are you there?
Okay, we can come back to her. Next, we have Pamela. Pamela, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. In light of the fact that the Sheriff's Office has not addressed the issues of Latinx over arrest statistics or the turning over of undocumented inmates to ICE, their inability to admit their culpability in the Sandra Harmon case, and their failure to acknowledge the need for reform, I believe that we must look to this community policing model and limit the sheriff's jurisdiction to incidents that require an armed response. It will not be easy, but I doubt that any of you came to this job thinking that it wouldn't entail a lot of work. I would like to see the city of Half Moon Bay begin to take these bold steps and be leaders in policing reform and community policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Appreciate your comments.
Next, we have Karina. Karina, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking up in support of the support and the bold proposals in it. The piece that I am most optimistic and excited about is the creation of the Director of Public Safety role. I think that we have work to do better in this community. And I think that there is also a way to do better, as Aisha said, in an additive way rather than a detracting way. I don't think that the proposal is to do away with all armed response or to stop contracting with the Sheriff's Department. I think that the element of the proposal that most resonates with me is that we want to step back and look at the data and figure out what is the right combination of response for our city so that we can both increase the safety of the community and look at what that idea of safety for the community means holistically. I would argue that it is not only that people aren't speeding or people aren't getting, harassed or mugged, but it is also that people are feeling comfortable and safe interacting with law enforcement in their homes, reaching out for help when they need help. I like this because I think that it sets up the city to step back, take a look at this issue with dedication and focus, and treat it like the serious responsibility that it is. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Corinne. I appreciate your comments. Our next speaker.
Michael Stogner. Michael, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to thank Harvey and Joaquin for getting this on the agenda and all the council members for getting it here. Half Moon Bay actually found out that you have no authority over your law enforcement. And that is a huge deal. Millbrae, San Carlos, Portola Valley, Woodside, they don't even know that. So congratulations on at least bringing that key issue to the forefront. And it's definitely worth the conversation. You also found out the same thing that the supervisors, San Mateo County, found out when they wanted to be involved in the new TASER policy. The Sheriff's Department and Attorney David Silverman told them, no, you are not going to be involved. We are going to tell you what the new policy is, and we'll give you, we'll deliver it to you when we're finished with it. So you're seeing something very common. And then I just wanted to mention Nara Serena Garcia, Shenandoah Kobe, Sandra Lee Harmon, all 3 of those were killed by sheriff employees, and there was no plan. There was no plan on how to interact with them. Shenandoah Kobe committed no crime whatsoever. Nobody called on him. And the other thing, it's a little confusing because you're talking about, a new person called the Chief of Police, and Saul Lopez's title on his screen right now says Chief of Police Services. I believe the public is very confused about how this law enforcement applies when it's hired out to the Sheriff's Department. So thank you again, and great job, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker, please.
Next, we have Maureen Fleming.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I would like to first thank the sheriff and the brave men and women who police our coast side. It is truly dangerous work, and I thank you for making our community safe. I am opposed to an additional police chief. I would like to remind everyone that a significant reason why the former Half Moon Bay Police Department was disbanded was for financial reasons. A small town cannot support a separate police department. I want to see our sheriff enforce all of the laws. Yes, it is a crime or infraction to drive with blacked out windows. Yes, it is a crime to drive with expired car plates. It is a crime to drive without a driver's license. Many, many times the pulling over of these violations results in identifying much more serious offenses. For example, warrants for a person's arrest, driving under the influence, drugs and drug paraphernalia. With these infractions are identified, an armed sheriff must approach these vehicles and drivers. People's behavior can turn on a dime. A friendly stop can easily turn into a major violent confrontation. We must protect our law enforcement and be concerned for their safety. And I want to definitely add that we should be teaching people in the community how to interact with the police. Rule 1, do not run at them with a knife. Rule 2, do not point a gun at them. Rule 3, always show the police your hands. And I will thank you for listening. And if I may close by saying, I do not want to see our city turned into Seattle or Portland. I do not want to see our coast side reimagined. There are segments in our community who want to disrupt and disband the police. They want to cause chaos in our streets. They want to sow distrust among the
Thank
community.
you. Thank you, Maureen. Your time
Pit
is up.
one group against another.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Or Jay Jennings, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. And I'm calling to offer my support for Mr. Jimenez and Mr. Robert's proposal. And I also want to thank Mr. Tannenbaum for his insightful presentation. And I think that one of the things that he really brought up is that often people who see the uniform have a reaction. And that's just something we can't guard against. And to be able, from his position and having worked in that system, to be able to admit that it doesn't necessarily have to be the officer, that it can actually be the representation of what they're wearing. That my sense of this is that we are offering radical partnership with our sheriff's department, that the world is changing, our needs are changing, and we're saying, let's partner with you, not to remove you, not to stop you from doing what you do best, but to allow people like Sandra Harmon to live. That if we can save one life, creating a radical partnership, I think, is well worth it. So I appreciate the work you've done. I appreciate Mr. Lopez for your constantly showing up here and being able to absorb all of this, because we're directed toward you, and yet we rely on you. So I want this to be a partnership that we find a solution to continue to allow our community to thrive. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next
Next,
speaker,
we
please.
have Kate Mack. Kate, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, good evening. I really appreciate the Half Moon Bay City Council for taking this issue seriously. As a public health researcher, I see this proposal not only as promoting public safety, but improving community health here in Half Moon Bay. Health defined not just by the absence of disease, but one of complete physical, mental, and emotional well-being. I've only lived in Half Moon Bay 2 years, but I've already heard from close friends and neighbors numerous encounters between police and residents, reflecting heavy surveillance practices and potentially unnecessary policing. All of the residents who've been impacted in these encounters were Black, Latino, or recent immigrants. In each case, it would be reasonable to assume that someone young, female, and white like myself would probably not have been pulled over, arrested, or worse. Unnecessary and heavy surveillance and policing practices contribute to health disparities. Data shows this over and over. And Black and Latino communities here in Half Moon Bay are most harmed by inadequate or ineffective policing. I support this position, which would create a more data-informed public safety response here in Half Moon Bay. And I look forward to working with the City Council and seeing what you decide to enhance and make our community a safer place for all of us.
Thank you very much, Kate, for your comments. I think someone has now resolved their technical issues. Jessica, would be Susan Sewer, who tried to get on before.
Yeah, I just moved her over. Susan,
Oh,
go
great.
ahead.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can hear you
Okay.
perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide comment. I appreciate and understand the notion of community responders, but I'm going to offer sort of very briefly why I do not support these specific proposals. First, and I hope this might be obvious for the City Council, we are a small town with a small town budget. As I looked at the budget, I think the police services comprises about $4.1 million, or about 1/3 of the operating budget. I could be wrong on that, but you can clarify that. In contrast, we talk about Austin as a reference point. They have a budget, a police budget or a health and safety budget of $292 million. So we're a drop in the bucket in comparison. I highly recommend that the city of Half Moon Bay look at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration, the SAMHSA pre-arrest diversion models. So this is a mental health organization that's proposing this, and it's models that have been developed for rural and smaller communities. And I think we have to be very pragmatic in our approach. I understand that the county has PERT resources and that those don't work for us because for a whole variety of reasons. But yet, when I think about how much that might cost for us, I think it's unrealistic. I find the idea of hiring a dedicated police chief particularly odd. I think that that is a huge expense for somebody who has no authority. And the only way they have authority is if, in fact, they start to hire their own resources, which gets us back to having a dedicated police force. I would much rather see Half Moon Bay actually band together with other cities that are using the sheriff's resources and think about what we want the model to look like for not just for Half Moon Bay, but for the Bay Area, and to be a leader and influential in helping that take shape. And I think we want to get much broader community input as we go forward. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Lauren Wilson. Lauren, you have 2 minutes.
And I'd like to voice my support for the Rarbach-Jimenez proposal. Specifically, I believe we need a wider variety of responses to 911 calls. Many of the public needs do not require armed law enforcement, such as mental health crises or domestic issues. We need to ensure deputies are deployed where they add the most value and in contributing to the public safety. We also need to listen to our neighbors whose experiences have made them fearful. I'll keep this quick, so I just want to end with now is the time. Thank you.
Next we have Stacy. Stacy, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. You've heard from me multiple times on this topic of public safety, and you have our letter today in your files. I'd like to yield my time, but just to emphasize that bringing in a director of public safety into our city's office at your direction can help to field and organize all of the terrific ideas out there that could better support the public health, really, of our entire community. It's time for us to look with fresh eyes at what's happening in our country, in our community, and really dedicate the efforts here to ensure that we're awake, that we're willing to innovate, that yes, we have an incredible, safe community, and we can thank Captain Lopez and his team for contributing to that. And we want an even safer community for all our residents and our visitors. We want to be a stand-up representation of what's possible. Each of you have contributed time to speak with me over the last year on this topic, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your thoughtfulness and engaging in this conversation, and your recognition that our city staff is stretched. For them to be addressing an area that is as complex as this is too much with our current resources. We need a focused effort here to work in partnership with our law enforcement community. And I hope with all my heart that you'll agree this is the time to really look with fresh eyes what public safety and what public health means for our larger community. Thank you.
And next we have Kate Broderick.
Hi, my name is Kate Broderick. I grew up here on the coast, and I came back and chose to raise my family here because I believe that this is a really special community. I'm dedicated to making this community better for not only my own children, but for my neighbors. And that's why I support this proposal. My children are little, but if they grew up to unfortunately suffer from a mental health issue and they were having a mental health crisis, who would I want to respond? Would I call the police? With the history of Miss Serrano and Miss Harmon, there's no way I would. We need a specialized community response so that my child could receive the care that they need rather than a violent and potentially deadly interaction with the police. Please consider this proposal seriously. Now is the time for change. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Carlisle Young.
Hi. I really have been listening, and I don't know if I could say I approve or, support or don't support it, but I do have concerns. I think the San Mateo County Deputy Attorney has often, District Attorney, thank you, has the ace card in his pocket, and they always, uses qualified immunity for the police whenever there's an officer involved incident. They seem to get a pass. So that is disturbing to me. Plus the fact that they have had 3 deaths of co-siders. Chinadu Ochobi was Pacifica residence. Yes, he was tased to death on the El Camino Real after seen by a police officer jaywalking. And then he called for backup because the guy wouldn't stop, and he could be heard on the video saying, "What'd I do? What'd I do?" That guy just got 5 officers on one. It was sad. It was really sad. But the same thing with Sandra Harmon. They showed up on the scene like guns a-blazing, almost full of testosterone or adrenaline or what. They didn't seem to try to diffuse the situation. And the guy didn't even turn on his body camera, supposedly. So I don't really like that. But I just want to say, I think San Mateo County needs to fix their patterns and practices for the sheriff's training. And I don't want to see a turf war in Half Moon Bay by having 2, people trying, the sheriff's department versus a local hired person to, oversee whatever it is. I'm not quite sure I understand the concept of that part of your presentation. But Captain Lopez, I don't think they're scapegoating you. We all do have issues with the lack of diffusing of past situations, but I would like to see the sheriffs remain the main policing force on the coast side, but I would also like to see them training and to be taught to slow it down. So thank you.
And next we have Eric DeBode. Eric, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Brownstone, City Council and staff, Sheriff Lopez, and our guest speakers. I would like to thank all of you for the work you do in promoting public safety and serving the community. I am concerned primarily because 2 mentally ill women have been shot and killed here in the last 7 years, Yanira Serrano and Sandra Harmon. And I think we have to look at our town and ask ourselves how to make life better here. So I would just like to say 2 things. First, I have a question for City Council. Can you please clearly share with the community what is the appropriate path or process between our city and the county to make changes to the city contract? I've heard mixed analysis if these changes are even possible within the current structure. And secondly, I want to add my voice to support the process of identifying certain 911 non-emergency calls that can be partnered with or even redirected to social service providers, such as mental health crisis, domestic disputes, homeless incidences, and other non-violent, non-weapon involved incidents that need intervention and de-escalation rather than an armed response. I think it's a very positive step to strategically take some of the work off of the overfull plate that the sheriffs have and include a broader cross-section of community members and service providers to make life better here and improve public safety. The spirit of this process needs to be partnership and collaboration. Transparency and accountability lead to trust. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sue Hankenhaus.
Thank you. Debates over police reform are often presented as an us versus them issue. We are not against the police. As I see it, we are all in this together. The police have as much to gain from making these policy changes as does the community at large. There is a history of blaming the police, but if you look at many issues historically, you will see that as a society, we have dumped a lot of problems on the police. In the 80s, Ronald Reagan's decision to deinstitutionalize mentally ill patients increased homelessness and overloaded emergency rooms and jails. Police became responsible for this vulnerable population. They were left with few tools: take them to jail, an emergency room, a shelter, or turn them loose. Then came the crack epidemic and the war on drugs. Again, the police were held responsible for dealing with this and had two choices: turn them loose or incarcerate, setting the stage for racial profiling and disparity in sentencing. The suggested proposals will benefit everyone, especially the police. Traffic stops can be dangerous, not only for the person being stopped, but also for law enforcement. Eliminating unnecessary stops reduces the chances of racial profiling and potential violent confrontations. Increasing funding for mental health services also benefits law enforcement. It gives them a better choice than arrest, ignore, or take to the emergency room. It provides support for both sides. What we don't want to do is ignore the problem or suggest that there is no problem. Acknowledging the problem is the most important first step. In the long run, making policy changes is good for everyone. The police get the support they need and more trust from the community they serve. And the community, in turn, feels safe and more trusting of those who serve us. Thank you.
Next, we have Karen Wang. Karen, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thanks everyone for the presentations today. I am a mom, I live in Montara. My kids go to school in Half Moon Bay. And as a mom, I want to voice my support for the proposal for the Director of Public Safety. I would personally feel safer in the community and for the future when my kids are older. If the city, owned responsibility for, defining public safety and having a community policing program. I also want to voice my support for the non-armed services response team. I think that this is the future, and I would like our community to be on the forefront. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have David Ablovi. David, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Cool. So tonight is going to be a bit more of a personal comment. In about 9 hours, a hopefully qualified doctor is going to stop my heart to do some repairs. And that type of event causes one to pause and think carefully about the world we live in so temporarily. I found out about this about 3 months ago, and the point of bringing this up is that for the last 3 months, I've lived with a nascent state of fear within myself of this day, or more specifically tomorrow. And for the first time, as a privileged white person living in America, the light bulb started to go on for me about what it would be like to wake up every day and drive to work afraid of having an encounter with law enforcement and what it would do to my family and to my children. I'm not going to say that that led into what I've worked on here specifically, but I would ask you, each of you, to understand that at its core, what we're trying to redress here is a fundamental failure of our society and our community to care for everybody in the community that you five govern over. And I don't care how many privileged white people come in and say how great their experiences have been with law enforcement, or how the rabble rousing gangs are going to come in and take us out because there's not enough law enforcement present. The fact is that the science is in, and that's all a bunch of horse hockey. So I want to leave with this. Hopefully it's not a farewell, but Doc, you know how I feel, and I know what you're going to do, and I know it's going to be from your heart, whatever it ends up resolving, and I appreciate that. Debbie, you're almost like a sister I never had, and for all the good and all the bad, I treasure every moment I've shared with you, and I appreciate it, and I know as well that you're going to give everything you have to this. Harvey, I don't need to say anything to you. You know where we're at. Joaquin, you have revolutionized, transformed, transmogrified. You're a catalyst for this council, and going forward, I am confident that you're going to do great things with the people around you. And finally, Robert, I know you can't stand me, and I know you can't figure me out, but I also know, and I really believe this, that your heart and your soul are incredibly decent. And I trust you to build on that going forward. Thank you all for all the time we've shared over the past 10 years. And I wish you well. And I'd mute if I could. Oh,
Mayor Brownstone, you're muted.
So sorry. I don't think I see any more hands raised. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So first I want to thank everyone here who participated and made comments. Greatly appreciated. And we've actually been going here for about an hour and 45 minutes. So let's take a 7-minute break. It's 10:12, so see everyone back here at about 10:20 then. Okay. Thank you. We will now start our council discussion on this topic. Who would like to, anyone want to start this conversation off? particular?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, Deborah. Thank you.
this is an extremely difficult position to be in. But I'd like to say at the start that I am in favor of a community police officer. I would like to see community meetings where everyone in the public is invited to come and speak. I think my biggest, maybe my only concern with the proposal by council members Jimenez and Rarbach is the cost. We are a small city. We have a limited budget. We've just been through COVID. So cost is going to be a huge factor. In an ideal world, if we had unlimited funds, I would say go for it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think it needs more investigation, more looking at, but I also understand that there is a time limit because we need to be renegotiating our contract with the sheriff's office by next June. And so I think it's time to get working on it. I don't know about the timeline. I'm not sure how that would work. Those are my off the cuff thoughts right now. That's all for right now.
Vice Mayor Reddick. You're muted, I think.
There we go. I think the Jimenez-Rarbach white paper presents, it's true. It's a really bold alternative public safety vision for our community. And I thank my fellow council members for advancing the conversation. And the conversation needs to happen. I want to be sympathetic to the feelings and fear expressed here tonight. I also don't want to alienate the sheriff deputies who serve us. I do think it's a leap of faith to believe that the majority of Half Moon Bay residents are ready to have their existing public safety rug pulled out from underneath them in the manner and on the timeline proposed by my fellow council members. The proponents have not solicited input from city staff. The broader community has not had sufficient opportunity or time to understand the proposals or weigh in on their public safety needs. In fact, some of the white paper proponents actively argued against additional outreach and scrutiny at our last meeting, which boggles the mind. I was taking a look at the Chronicle the last few days. I think a comment from Chronicle writer John King, he's actually an architectural writer, but I think he said something that's apropos. And he was actually talking about urban design. He was talking about Holiday Plaza, what a mess it is. But I think it applies to public policy as well. And he said, when you make big, complicated changes, things are a lot harder to fix if something goes wrong. And I agree with him. And I'm not willing to risk our residents' safety by acting too quickly on this issue and acting from a place of fear. I believe big changes such as those proposed must be achieved deliberately with broad public support and through constructive dialogue with the sheriff's office. And also with adequate time to get it right, because I think the right solution for our community is more important than a quick solution. I do support additional information gathering and education, more opportunities to receive community input, and continuing the conversation with the sheriff department. And I still believe we need to collaborate with the other sheriff's contract cities to evaluate potential changes that affect all of our residents. Ideally, the county would join us in a discussion with the sheriff's office. And I think we should seek their participation. This should be a countywide effort because, you know, it's not efficient or cost effective or would even produce good outcomes, I think, if everybody's doing something different. If Half Moon Bay does something different from the unincorporated county, for instance. So ideally, you want the whole county to be on a different path for policing. And I think they should be. I think there are some areas where early action by the city could be helpful, and we should take a look at them. And I'm thinking of, you know, mental health crisis response. That certainly is an area where I think we could draw back, you know, armed policing response. I think this should be an early topic for discussion by the Public Safety Subcommittee of the Council. Certainly would have to be at a scale appropriate for our community. I'm not ready to defund the police. I'm not ready or supportive of hiring a police chief at this time or reorganizing city services. And I actually would prefer that we take that proposal off the table tonight for the time being while we look at, you know, all the potential options for doing, you know, better policing, better public safety, and better health overall in our community. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate the effort put into this meeting tonight, you know, having the folks come in and talk about their own experiences from their professional perspectives. And I appreciate all the residents who and non-residents who showed up to weigh in much as they did the last meeting. However, I'm still in favor of much broader support. I was reading in the Chronicle today that the city of Oakland actually did a survey of its residents, a random telephone survey of approximately 1,900 people. And 78% said they want to maintain or actually add policemen to patrol their neighborhoods. On the other hand, approximately half, maybe a little more than half, wanted to look at and potentially reform mental health crisis response. So it was kind of a nuanced response to the survey. But, you know, almost 80%, you know, did not want fewer police officers. And with all the guns on the street, especially the 68% more guns in the last year that are, you know, on the street nationwide, and the 1.6 million more guns that Californians bought, you know, last year, you know, that's problematic. So I think we need to look at this carefully and do a lot of outreach and you know, do it constructively and collaboratively with our partners before making decisions that we might regret later. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ruddick. Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who commented today, to our presenters for great presentations. And yes, you know, we'd like to address, you know, a few things. For the last, you know, months, I just say, you know, a couple months, I've been trying to learn, you know, from a different perspective, look at things, you know, different perspective. You know, there was something interesting mentioned today. What is law enforcement through the eyes of an officer or deputy? You know, and that's the same thing I thought about, you know, a while back when I started, you know, doing a little more research, you know, learning more. And a lot of it came from law enforcement. You know, the comparison, I don't know if you heard about the comparison of a warrior mentality, law enforcement, and a guardian mentality of a law enforcement. So, you know, there's different things, you know, that come to mind when I think about law enforcement. One of those things is about their state of mind, their mental health, or deputies being overworked, working a lot of overtime. So there's different things. In the public safety, it's a big topic. Something we need to understand what that is. For some of you, public safety is about safely crossing the street. For some of us, public safety is about the fear that we feel when we see a patrol car behind us. So it depends. Public safety, it depends on the person. We're not talking about defunding the police. We're not saying we're gonna get rid of the sheriff's department or we want less deputies in our streets. It's not about that. It's not about defunding the police. It's actually what we're doing is adding more safety and more safety tools to our community. It was mentioned, by let me see, by Mr. Debody, transparency, accountability equals trust. There was one of those things that stick sometimes. What we're proposing, is have a transparent, community, transparent in our law enforcement, oversight, over public safety. In this case, chief of police. Captain Lopez is doing, great work in the community. I hear from community members. I know it was interesting. I didn't get to be there for the whole presentation of the two deputies introducing themselves. But one of the questions that I was asked, why did you go into law enforcement? And both of the deputies mentioned of how, they came to be, deputies, talking about why they went into law enforcement, about protecting and serving the community. Most of their career, their life were always serving. So they're here to serve that community. But there is something missing. There's something missing. Definitely, when we have, members in the community, when we look into the statistics, that when they were mentioned, about the arrest, the statistics of arrests in our community. I did work for a juvenile probation department, for about 15 years. So I saw that, personally saw that, in the juvenile hall system. One of the speakers who was in the juvenile, who was criminalized, ended up in juvenile hall, talked about that. I did see a lot of, kids, children of color, in juvenile hall. And we raised them. We raised those kids. They came as young as 10 years old. And they made the transition at 18 to county or prison. And most of the kids, detained in juvenile hall in San Mateo County, they were kids of color. So that is something, that's our future. That's our youth, where they're being criminalized. But what we want to do here, is actually create a partnership with our sheriffs. I say it's not about defunding the police. It's not about defunding the sheriffs. It's actually putting something together, creating a partnership. I don't know how the quote goes, but Sir Robert Peel said, "Policing is community, community is policing." We are together. We are the same. So we want safety in our streets, but we also want accountability, transparency, because we have to be able to build the trust. We have to be able to say, any vehicle that gets pulled over, will we properly, approach our deputies to be safe, but we also want the people inside those vehicles to feel safe, that their rights are not going to be violated. One of the comments, it was, property tows, vehicles that get taken away from our community members. At one point, if you were undocumented, you could not have a driver's license. But we know we need a vehicle to go to work. We need a vehicle to take our kids to school. It's a transportation. We don't have a lot of public transportation in the coast. I know families, I know people that got their cars taken away. So how do we do this? Through the eyes of our deputies, through the eyes of our law enforcement, through the eyes of the community, through the eyes of people that have fear and that have been fallen victims, to law enforcement. It was also talked about. If what we do today or what we do in Half Moon Bay is going to save one life, it's worth it for me. I have roots in Half Moon Bay, family, a lot of friends. There's a lot of youth, a lot of new generation in our community. We want them to feel safe. Our mental health is being affected, by other things. You heard today from families losing their housing, the children, mental health. Just think about it. Then on top of that, we add, the stress created by law enforcement. And then on top of that, we add more stress when we think about ICE. You remember what happened in 2016 when that guy took office, President Trump? The fear that was created, at our local schools. I remember. It was fear. So, thank you, for everything, for your support, for all the speakers, everybody was well listened, every perspective I appreciate, hopefully, we hear more from our community and looking forward to more meetings, public meetings, to hear more input from our community, from everybody in our community. So thank you. You muted.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for pointing that out. Councilmember Ruddock.
Yeah, so I'm very sensitive about the issue of the traffic stops. I think there are other options. I think there are options worth considering to address that. I don't think I'm necessarily in favor of not enforcing certain laws, but the Stanford report on policing, which I'd like to hear from the Stanford folks as well, and I think we should discuss that paper. But they talked about one thing that can be done is we might consider. A lot of people won't like it because they're going to consider it, surveillance, but it's automating, traffic control, like red light cameras, speed cameras, that sort of thing. That's one thing that they threw out there as an idea. I don't know if there's other things we can do. Certainly slowing down our traffic, traffic calming. There's things we can do from a traffic design standpoint that can, minimize problems as well. But, I had a friend who's deceased now, Don Hines, who was an auto repairman who a good share of his business was doing pro bono, auto repair for low and very low income people, to avoid situations like this. He would replace taillights for free, I don't know if Harvey remembers Don, do free smog checks. But, is there a grant program we might do or work with a nonprofit that helps people, maintain their vehicles so that they don't get stopped because of, certain mechanical things? How do we reduce those sorts of opportunities? We might find ways to get at that issue in addition to all the, legislation that's out there trying to deal with this sort of thing. Are there, pragmatic and tactical things we can do in our community to, minimize, traffic stops, ideas like that I think, we should consider. Maybe Coastside Hope does that. I don't know, but it seems to me like fertile ground for for a nonprofit effort to help people, maintain their vehicles so that they don't get into these sorts of situations. Or, break down in the middle of the night on Highway 92, which invites other problems. So, I agree with you that that's an issue, and that things can go very wrong when there's a traffic stop. So, but do we need to create a whole new bureaucracy to get at that, or hire a police chief? Not persuaded, but I understand the problem, and would like to work with you to address that. Just some additional thinking around your remarks about the traffic stops.
Thank you, Councilmember Reddick. I'm going to take some moments here for some comments. And Councilmember Rohrabaugh, I will actually want to ask you some specific questions about the white paper. And I'm glad you're here as an author and someone who gave us a comprehensive summary. So you're the man to ask a lot of questions. So, but first, a couple of things I want to say is, I've heard a couple of people say, even if it saves one life, that's come up from a couple of speakers, Councilmember Jimenez, whatever we do. And, I'd like to think even bigger. I like to think of it in a different way. I want to put in systems and solutions here that save many lives over time. And when I say lives, sometimes it's not just actual life and death, but as Councilmember Jimenez mentioned, interactions that go wrong can ruin lives, people who stay alive. It's not living when your life's been ruined. And there's been some conversations, in the community about whether it's valid for people to feel safe or not. And we have a really low crime rate. And my feeling on that is nobody really, in my opinion, gets to judge the validity of someone else feeling safe or not safe. And I remember doing these exercises when I was working in public sector and private sector. There's one exercise where everybody stands at the back of the room. And we ask a lot of questions. Take one step forward if you feel this way. Take a step backward if you feel this way. And everybody starts at the back. And this was with, professional people, adults mostly. And there's always this one interesting question. And people are ending up in different parts of the room. And there was this one question that said, if you're in your neighborhood and a police car goes by, do you feel safer? Do you feel more safe or less safe? So take a step forward if you feel more safe. Take a step backwards if you feel less safe. And inevitably, the folks who took a step backwards, saying they felt less safe, they didn't look like me. And even though I knew where they lived, and some lived in, very nice neighborhoods, that wasn't the issue. It was their life experience that left them with a feeling that didn't always feel safe. And, I asked people, it could depend on situations, but what I'm saying is no one gets to decide that for someone else. And everyone has a different life experience, and everyone builds up different sensitivities. And they're not oversensitivities, they're different sensitivities. So that's the mindset I lead with. And what I'm hearing, when I heard from all the speakers tonight, it was interesting seeing which pieces people focused in on. And, there were certainly more than 3 or 4 areas, but, the areas that came to mind the most, in which this white paper certainly addresses, is certainly the issue around mental health. And I thought one of our speakers really told some very engaging stories about his experience and, what that looks like. And he, and I think we can definitely, you know, what I'm looking at, you know, this idea with the sheriff, I don't know if that solves the issue. I want to see processes in place that localize how we handle responses. Who responds? Who are those people? You know, how are the calls handled that come in, and where those responses go to? And I think we are in a unique, you know, certain things about Half Moon Bay, we are in a unique place where we have resources that are amazing. Certainly for the homeless, we probably have one of the model, I think, programs in the entire country in terms of the resources that we have. And some people, you know, haven't totally supported those solutions, but I'm pretty hopeful that because of all the resources we do have, it works. We have some incredible mental health resources here in this town. Alice is one of them. It's bilingual, very trusted in the community. I would be in huge support of figuring out, you know, basically asking Alice, hey, what do you need? Put together a proposal. How can we have 4 or 5 people in the community who could be on call and trained to be those people who a call can get referred to and diverted to? And there would be people who are local. So they, you know, they'd be on call. They wouldn't obviously be working all the time. But I don't see why that wouldn't be, you know, workable. And I don't see why the county, frankly, wouldn't contribute to paying for those services to have a quality, local, customized service. I think they would actually be quite supportive of that. And, you know, the details need to be worked out. But I think we already know that there's some great examples, you know, from Eugene, Oregon program that's been in place for 30 years. So yeah, great. Let's benchmark. Talk to a program like that, said, hey, what would you do differently if you were starting it up? I'm sure things didn't always go great. You know, it's come to a place now where it's good. Any liability issues, you know, how do you work all those pieces out? I think that's very doable. I think when it comes, you know, the issue of what happens when police officers do show up because there's a weapon in play. So you still have a mental health issue, but now there's dangerous weapons in play. And so a police officer shows up too. What is the training like? And I've heard having done a lot of training in my life where you're trying to change people's habits and behaviors in terms of giving feedback. And here you are in a very high stress situation. One thing I know is the real key question is, and I don't feel we've gotten really into it deeply enough, is how do you reinforce the training? So I've heard about some great 2-week training, you know, Saul, you've mentioned it, and it sounds like good training. I have friends who've done pieces of that CIT training, and there's different ways to do it, you know. One friend of mine says, you know, it's one thing to read scenarios and get everyone, you know, to talk about them. It's another thing to actually bring in live people to play the parts where it's very fluid. So the sheriffs who are participating, you know, they think they sort of got it. And then one of the people starts kind of changing their script, because that's what happens in real life, right? And I think, frankly, I think current Sheriff Bolanos is very, you know, he's very open to having better kinds of training that we could suggest. And it also allows the supervising officers to watch their folks go through the training and get a sense who, you know, which one of their employees, which one of their deputies might gets it or doesn't get it, and might need some extra help and coaching on how to handle situations. So I think that's another piece. And I don't see why there's any reason why we, you know, can't deal with that. And then another piece that came up by some speakers, which I also think is sensitive for anybody, you know, feels like people are overlooking, you know, looking over their shoulder. But we, you know, we have there's the issue of what happens when there is an incident and force is used. Some people may feel it's excessive force. Some people may feel it's the right amount of force, but someone ends up dying. Who oversees that investigation? And we ourselves, you remember, I think everyone remembers when, or some people remember, we had the district attorney out here And he said, yeah, I'll answer all your questions. I don't think all of us were necessarily satisfied with all the answers, but I got to say, he was willing to stay here all night answering questions. But he said, you know what? There is an inherent conflict of interest in any DA's office being responsible for doing the report investigation because, we work, with police, the sheriffs hand in hand, and it's just almost a de facto conflict of interest. And that's why we wanted it years ago, all those cases that were very controversial, to go to the Attorney General's office. Ironically, Kamala Harris was the Attorney General at that time, and she said, no, she doesn't want to do that. My guess is probably because the state legislature didn't give her the money to set up a whole separate force to do that. But anyway, so what do we do? What kind of process you create? And so what happens in this white paper, there's this officer involved use of force investigations division. I honestly have no idea how that would work. Would they have any more jurisdiction or ability to subpoena people, interview people from the sheriff's office? I mean, I have a million questions around that. And if it doesn't, and if we can't answer that, we don't move from that concern. Now, there was a paper that Catherine Engberg attached to her staff report regarding the ordinance, not about the white paper. So this was a few meetings ago. And it was a really good paper from, I think, the Council of Cities, talking about all the different police programs out there. And one caught my eye. It was the only item that involved a county and the sheriff's office. And it was in Sonoma County. And apparently they did create an oversight board for, these kind of cases, maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. And then maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, a 13-year-old boy was shot. And in November of 2020, I believe, the county went back and gave that oversight commission, it's a commission, more powers. They gave them power to subpoena people, and they gave them the power to subpoena documents. So again, that's another piece that I see, we should explore that piece. They're not that far away. We can ask them, and then put energy into exploring that with our board of supervisors. And frankly, I think there might already be some people who are interested in that. But you know what? They need people from COSI Family Taking Action to participate in their in their supervisor meetings and saying, hey, this is something, we should look into. And so the concerns I had, so those are the kind of solutions I really like. I think they're very comprehensive. The concerns I had when I was reading this white paper, though, was we say, it says here, and I'm looking, Harvey, under part 5, the Half Moon Bay Department of Public Safety. That's the kind of section I really focused in on. It's really only about 2 pages here. And it says, we envision a public safety department that looks like this. Public safety would be broken into at least 4 separate divisions under the director. You were using the term in here sometimes a little bit interchangeably between, police chief and director. That's fine. So let's just use the word director here. 4 different sections: officers involved use of force investigations, dispatch, emergency services, community services. Then the emergency service division in turn is broken up into 4 divisions. And that's mental health, emergencies, domestic violence, homeless outreach, armed responses, San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. I'll get back to that one in a minute. And then within the community services division, at least 6 different subdivisions. So all told, I counted somewhere between 12 to 14 subdivisions at least. And so I find that a little bit unmanageable. One person, putting that all under one person. I would hate to see their job description if you're hiring someone. But here's a bigger concern. So this under the emergency service division, and this is what I want to ask you a little more specifically about, Harvey. It says armed responses. And now this is someone who would be reporting into the director. And then there's a footnote note 10. It says, please note, we're not advocating for a change from the current provider for these services in the paper, nor do we believe that this would be beneficial either for the sheriff's office or Half Moon Bay. What we're looking at is a structural change to the nature of the relationship. I'll repeat, a structural change to the nature of the relationship. I honestly have no idea what that really means. It's an interesting turn of words, but I just have no idea what that means. As well as services rendered by the sheriff's office. So my first question is, if this person is reporting into the director, even though that person is a member of the county sheriffs, and the county, and I believe you had a meeting with Sheriff Bolanos, right, Councilmember Armack?
Indeed, I did.
And how did he feel about having someone in his department basically being answerable to a director slash officer here in Half Moon Bay?
He was very clear.
Yeah.
I'll let you guess what you think his reaction was. There was no way that he claimed at the time that he would allow our police chief to make any operational decisions with deputies. I believe that position could change.
Well, I think he was also quoted saying that in the journal, right? The Daily Journal. He said, they can hire a police chief, but that police chief will have no role in the supervision or management of my personnel. And he said that there would be a lot of questions of jurisdiction over deputies involving personnel being unarmed. He said the proposal was a non-starter for his department. He wouldn't work under this arrangement. So, and we keep talking about a partnership with the sheriff, right? That's our goal. We want a partnership, a working
That's
partnership.
part of the goal. Mayor.
Yeah. So if the sheriff has said there's no way I am going to have any of my people who report, who report to me, report into this other person, I don't understand how that's really going to work. You also have the officer involved use of force division would report directly to this chief of police as I said before, would investigate any of the use of force incidents within Half Moon Bay. So it would report into the director. So that's what I really am struggling with, is you got, Sheriff Bolanos, who's an elected official, right? So we don't really have any leverage over that. How do you make this director situation work with someone who, A, doesn't want anyone who reports into the sheriff report into that person? And I don't know if you asked him about that particular officer involved use of force, division, the investigation piece, if that came up when you met with him. But I'm assuming that he wouldn't approve of that either. And I don't know what powers we would have to enforce any kind of investigation over the sheriff's department. I mean, we have our city attorney here. I don't know if she wants to chime in, but I don't know how we work with that. And those are two. versus the model I'm talking about with the, with the county that Sonoma has. I see that's the model that works. So when I'm saying I see a problem somewhere, I'm saying, well, I don't want to offer a problem without a solution. That's not how I like to work. And that's why I thought, well, it seems like that Sonoma County oversight, is a model that could actually work, which is enforceable. But I don't see this model, these pieces of the model working. And I think that we can get the mental health issue covered, as I said, with a group like ALAS. And the one area I think where there would be actually a lot of partnership would be this training piece, but that remains to be seen. So yeah, so how would you help me get through that struggle, especially about the sheriff saying, nope, you can't, I'm not going to have this person report into a director who works for me, and some sort of investigative body. What's I'll be quiet and you tell me. Let's hear it.
Okay, thanks. Let me back up a minute.
Yeah.
You brought up a lot of issues that had to do with fear, whether it was justified or not, the economic effect of towing people, the mental health issues, and they're all valid. But at this point, if we really care about doing anything about any of them, we can't. And that's the main point I want to get across, that the mechanism that Joaquin and I have proposed is to have a police chief or the director of the public safety department make policy that the council agrees with. And that's, from my perspective, the only way we can actually implement policy. Up to now, the sheriff has done whatever the sheriff wanted to do. We had no control over that. And so all the points that you made, and a lot of them were very good, the way to solve them is through this mechanism that the California state law gives us the authority to do. So that's important to understand, that that's why, if we want to make these important changes, and I agree they're important, the only way we can do it is through this mechanism. Now, to answer some of your specific questions, right now, when you talk about ALAS providing mental health services, that sounds very good, but a call to 911 needs to be implemented that way, so that the dispatcher knows to get the appropriate people there. That's one example of where public safety policy could be done through a police chief. That really makes a lot of sense. When people bring up the cost of this, in Eugene, the budget went down by 19% because of the fact that armed officers weren't required. I don't know what the ultimate financial impact of having a public safety director is. One could imagine, for example, that if it stops one unlawful death lawsuit, that could be millions of dollars. I don't know. And grants might be available. We could imagine community volunteers. There's lots of mechanisms that could be available once we make the commitment that public safety is not dictated to us by the sheriff, but that we as a community have a responsibility to make sure that public safety is really implemented the way that Joaquin and my paper have stressed. The details are up for negotiation. No one is saying exactly how many people are going to be in this department. Part of it is dependent upon the kind of person who heads it up. But unless we begin now, the next contract that is set to start in July 1st of 2022, we're going to need somebody to negotiate who's allowed to negotiate. Now, your point about the sheriff being intransigent, I believe, is something that could change. If he could see the way the wind is blowing, and to say that he's against community policing, that he's against the right of Half Moon Bay citizens to implement police policy, I think would be a non-starter, to use his expression. And you know, he is up for election next June. He's going to want to be seen as somebody who really is okay with local policing policy. So I'm not so convinced that the way he's been intransigent up to now is necessarily the way he would be if he were negotiating with the police chief. Does that answer your questions?
Well, I appreciate you giving me your perspective. So I actually disagree with a lot of the underlying premises that you made. You said, because you said, well, nothing can get done. You know, nothing can get done with ALAS. I completely disagree. I don't think it has anything to do with having a sheriff or not. Yeah, you might have to work some systems alternative to 911 and how we refer pieces. We already are working on something like that. There will simply be another number people can get more familiar with. Of course, 911 is what's embedded, you know, in all our brains from childhood. But people living in Half Moon Bay can have another number that goes over to ALAS when they know there's a mental health issue. And it doesn't necessarily hit 911 immediately, or maybe it goes to that number first and they notify at least the sheriff, or, you know, we're going to go into this situation, we'll keep in touch. So I don't see that at all as that can't get done. And, you know, you're saying, well, you know, maybe, you know, we get into negotiations and you're not so sure the sheriff will stay intransigent. Well, I don't see how we invest in this whole policy and start hiring someone when we're not sure that at the end of that, there's still going to be someone saying, no way, right? I mean, I want to do, you know, but do that negotiation up front and then tell me, yeah, we still want to have a sheriff, right? Where's this going to go? And yeah, elections happen. And well, I'm not going to get into the results of elections over the last few years. I think Council Member Jimenez covered that quite adequately, what happened in 2016, how some of your worst dreams can get imagined and, you know, happen. So, you know, we can't count on that either. Any of this, you know, Catherine, is there anything you could or weigh in on the ability of a sheriff appointed to be a director would have any say over what the county sheriff wants to do, or anything on that? Clarify or?
Well, I guess I can't really speak, you know, for the sheriff. I think they've said for themselves that they would not be willing to take, you know, direction from a city chief of police. I don't have a reason to disagree with that. And, you know, I think this model, you know, we haven't seen it before, probably because of, you know, it's a difficult arrangement to have a contracting agency agree to take direction from, you know, the city. Different situation, of course, if the city had its own police department.
And how might this affect our liability if, you know, let's say some things, you know, with this new system in place and all the subdivisions, you know, how does that affect? Because, you know, right now we are indemnified if something goes wrong. Sheriff, the county covers us. I mean, is that still a basically unknown area?
Right. So it would have to be, I suppose, renegotiated as part of, you know, the contract negotiations. Yeah. So the sheriff could take the position that, you know,
right.
They're going to draw a tighter line around indemnification and you know, insurance, that kind of thing.
And in that case, Councilmember Rarbeck, things could get a lot more expensive. Also, in your proposal, you're talking about not having two sheriffs. Because, you know, you talk about 8 sheriffs, but that's a rotation. And I think Sheriff Bolano said he would not agree to having less than 2 sheriffs per rotation because people have to be relieved. We don't want any, we don't want any dead spots in our coverage. Like, what, we don't have any coverage between 2 and 6 in the morning, like bad things don't happen then? I mean, it's very unclear to me. It's all vague, and the devil is in the details, and that's why I'm focusing so much on those details, because you're putting forth a proposal like this is the silver bullet. If we have our own director, all these other things will fall into place because legally we will have more power to do these things. And I'm not hearing anything from Catherine to say that that's the case. It's a huge unknown, and I haven't seen any case law on it. I've seen very few examples that cover this. So it is great to have a novel idea. It is great. But the question is, I'm always doing pilot programs in the areas that I work, but you darn well know, you set up pilots knowing that some pilots may work and some might not work. And these are life and death situations. So the question is, which pieces of this white paper are unknown pilots that may or may not work out? I agree with what Vice Mayor Ruddick said earlier. Sorry, I'm taking so much time, but I think none of this has really been covered yet at all tonight. And I agree that, yeah, we really need to hear more from the public. I want to hear more from people who are experts from the Stanford group on policing, and open this up more. So yeah, I'm not in favor of, recommending moving forward right now. And I know we're, got some deadlines around the contract, but frankly, just because it says September there, the one thing I am not convinced is that the sheriff will hold us to that. That could be one of our deadlines, but I think that's something we can work past September, if that's the case, when we have more information. So, so yes, thank you for your patience. I just really needed some of those questions answered to move forward.
I would like Jessica to put up the proposed schedule to have a talking point so that we know what we're talking about.
Sure.
Is that available?
Yeah, 1 second, Herbie.
Okay, thank you.
And Council Member Jimenez had his hand up, or are you okay? Or
Yeah, should I wait after we see the schedule, or should I?
no, sure. Well, I don't know if there was something specifically, Council Member Rarback, that you wanted to address about the schedule.
Well, I wanted to say that it implements some of the ideas that Councilmember Penrose had said about hearing more from the public. It allows staff to weigh in on setting up the requirements that we're talking about, having a requirements for a police chief. And nothing in it is cast in stone. If we agree that this is a proposed schedule that we could amend or even cancel if the majority of the council did not agree. But I think that at least we now, if council agrees with this, gives us a schedule that's realistic, that will end up with having a police chief who is capable of setting policing policy for the city and can negotiate our next contract with the sheriff, or maybe some other provider who's willing to provide the kinds of services necessary.
And what do you mean by that? Another provider of what?
It is possible to imagine another bidder on a request for proposal that could satisfy the needs of the city for armed police. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but in 2011, for example, there were 2 bidders, the City of Pacifica and the county, both provided proposals. So in the past
well,
it has happened. I don't know what's going to happen. All
so,
I know is that
yeah.
the way we're doing things is not working. I don't think that point is getting across enough. And this proposal to have somebody who is able to make policy is a way forward. And I believe strongly that our city, the most important responsibility I have as a councilman is for public safety. And I think this proposal is one way to actually get public safety improved. And I think it really needs improvement. I
Right,
don't
well,
want little
okay.
Band-Aids. I want major change. And I'm the first to admit that this is a major step. We would probably be the first city in all of California that both contracted with another agency and also had a police chief. That is groundbreaking. I don't deny it, but I also think it's really important that we take that step.
Okay, well, who on this council does not think their responsibility is public safety? So, yes, I think that's true. And I think that if you're talking about not being able to get this working right with the current sheriffs and now starting to look at other resources for policing and sheriffs, well, that does start to sound like, yeah, we want to get rid of the sheriffs, but as a possible solution and create another police force. And that opens up a whole nother interesting can of worms. You brought that up, I didn't. And we've been saving, $750,000 a year by contracting with the sheriffs. And over the last few years, that comes out to about $8 million. So, when we start stepping into that, that gets interesting because, you've said this has nothing to do, in that footnote with contracting, outside of the sheriffs. And now you're beginning to say something else is a possibility. So I think people need to explore that. You can put any timeline you want up, but you're still pre-assuming that this timeline has to be for hiring, this director. And so I am not ready, to go down that path till we know and hear more. And Councilmember Ruddock, you have your hand
Yeah,
up.
I don't support your proposals and I don't support this timeline. And I'm not going to rush through it, to take some, canned package that hasn't been vetted thoroughly by the public or our staff. And, I'm not persuaded that we're not getting a good deal from the sheriff's office. And, as long as we're, next door to the unincorporated area that has sheriff service, this is a problem. We would have to contract for mutual aid. There's all kinds of can of worms associated with this. So too fast, not buying the proposal, not persuaded. So I'm not moving on this schedule.
I also
Majority of you might, but I don't support it.
I also like what a number of other speakers said about, we can join up with other cities in the county. And, to your point, Councilmember Rohrbeck, a lot of cities putting, pressure, wanting to pursue certain of these solutions, with the county and with the sheriffs is also another route. So, of course, we all think there's a lot of room for improvement on some of the services that are delivered. And there's opportunities to customize. But it doesn't necessarily mean that this is the solution to move forward. And I am loving having this, the dialogue and conversation with the public. And there's probably more good ideas out there. And we're educating a lot of the public. But jumping, to this solution because it sounds like a panacea, I have my doubts. And I do want a local solution for local issues. And to me, that's what always needs to be customized for us. And I want people to tell me what will make them feel safe. I want to hear more from people. What will make them feel safe when a sheriff's car walks by or they're walking home late at night, from a job. Different people feel safe in different ways. I want to hear it. What's that measure of safety? What would finally make you feel safe or not? And I think we need more conversation about that. Councilmember Jimenez. We knew this would be a long night, right? Potentially.
I'm energized. I'm energized.
I got a second win now. I got a
Yeah.
second win now. I was real tired.
I'm gonna go for a walk after this meeting. So, it was funny because you just talked about that.
Yeah.
I go for walks at different time of the day. Sometimes I feel energized, like today's meeting. Feel energized. And I feel safe to take a walk. And I'm actually more concerned about being stopped, by a sheriff than about anything else. It's not cold, but I still want to wear my beanie, my jacket. So it's more likely that I'm gonna get stopped, by a deputy than anything else. I don't think I'm gonna get robbed. I don't think I'm gonna get jumped. I don't think anything's gonna happen to me. Anyways, just want to say that. A few years back, talking about 20 years ago, I was working in the school district. I was a teacher. It's still going on right now. It's when members of our community come into our school and going to the schools and they read for the students. One of the things that got my attention, at one year, where we had a Half Moon Bay PD and San Mateo sheriffs. They both came into the school, to read, for the kids. What I noticed, something weird. They didn't greet each other. There was no.
Who didn't greet each other?
The deputies with Half Moon Bay PD. It was like they were completely two different entities. And that, kind of got my attention. One of the things that we want to create, and hoping, Sheriff Bolanos understands is that we want to create the partnership, that collaboration.
Right.
It's not about turf wars. It's not about who's running, about who's supervising what area, about whose law is gonna be implemented. At the end of the day, we want the same goal. We want our community to feel safe. And that's everybody. So when we're talking about, the Sheriff Bolanos says, he was not willing to collaborate with us, with the city of Half Moon Bay, if we were to have a public safety director or Half Moon Bay chief of police. I don't see why not. Me in a position like that, we want the same thing. Just like a parent. I trust my kids' teachers, that they will educate my kids when I'm not there. They take responsibility for the safety and education of my children when they're in school. When they're not under my supervision, they're under their supervision. Pretty similar, having somebody to oversee, or the deputies in the coast who works for Half Moon Bay, in this case, director for public safety, it's in our best interest. I don't see why not. It's in the best interest of, of Sheriff Bolanos to collaborate with the same communities he wants to keep safe. We are not taking their job. We're gonna continue to have as many deputies, as we need in Half Moon Bay. I even in a conversation with, Captain Lopez, what it would take to have maybe even more people from the county liaison in the middle of the day, but there can be more engagement our, our deputies with our community. We talk about the budget, right? What it would cost, how much we're saving. But you heard from Aisha, the conversation that she had with Tony. 7 years later, 7 years later, Tony and his family and many of us still are still hurt for what happened to Yanira. I think that's way worth more than, millions of dollars, the life of a person, how much we miss them, the damage that it creates in the rest of our community. You talked about it. It's not about not necessarily taking the life of a person, but how it changes the life of a person. When the incident happened, in Moonridge with Yanira, we had a meeting, in Moonridge. Yanira's cousin spoke that day. At the time, she was a high school student. She talked about how she wanted to be, a police officer. She wanted to get into law enforcement. But it was that changed her life. The death of her cousin. That changed her life. That changed everybody's life. So we think about, what should not there be collaboration with the city or with the cities that sheriffs, are keeping safe. I don't want to see that, what I saw 20 years ago. For, Half Moon Bay PD and the sheriff's department did not engage into a conversation. It was like they did not know each other. So, in this proposal, what we try to bringing forward is about how can the city of Half Moon Bay be in a partnership, in collaboration with our sheriff's department to keep everybody safe in our community with the proper responders. Captain Lopez mentioned that there's a lot of calls that our deputies answer every day. A lot of calls. At the end of the month, there's thousands of calls that they respond to. We would like to do some data about what kind of calls are they? Drunk in public, domestic violence, that cat is in the tree, not coming down. I think somebody took my car, but I parked on the wrong street. So what kind of calls are they responding to? So, so having somebody, from our city that we can actually either appoint or hire, to collaborate with our sheriff's department, I think is the best deal. For me, it is. I've been in Half Moon Bay for 33 years. 33 years, I've seen how our law enforcement has affected our community. I'm saying, there's a lot of good deputies, a lot of good officers throughout the years. I still have a relationship with, with some of these officers. And I'm very grateful for their work. I'm very grateful for their guidance, for the, for the support of the community, for being fair across the board. Why not ask the same thing from, from our sheriff's department? What's keeping us from doing that? Of course, I want to hear from the public, from our community. We are here to represent, their voice. But we also want to hear from them. Today, we heard from a lot of people. We had a lot of speakers today. That's why I feel energized. But it's, it's something that we need to look into. It's something that is not easy. It is uncomfortable. Believe me, it is very uncomfortable for me. But we still need to talk about it. We still need to do something about it. There's a lot of studies. I mean, there's so many things, right now with, we can find on the internet, different studies, from different perspectives that we can get an idea about what is going on and where are we heading towards. So that's what we're proposing. You know, the safety of our community. Mental health is greatly affected by how our children feel about law enforcement. That is why we have a strong interest in having our deputies engage with our community in a positive way. Having, you know, Captain Lopez, any of the deputies, you know, come to, you know, visit, see, walk with us, you know, smile. So what do we need to do that?
So,
Thank you.
yeah, oh,
Joaquin.
sorry, Council Member
I move.
Penrose. Council Member Penrose would like to speak
Yeah.
first. So I'm
Sure.
going to let Council Member Penrose, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have to say that I understand the need for urgency to make changes. I understand that we do need to make changes. I believe very strongly in what Councilmember Jimenez has said about our children having mental health issues because of their fear of the police. Where that comes from, it's multifactorial, but it's there and it's real. And it's something I'd like us to deal with. My issue is not about the need for change. My issue is not about the need for mental health providers actively involved in 911 calls where it's appropriate. When I look at the schedule, the second step in the schedule, I believe it's July 20th, it suggests that staff come up with a job description. Now, I don't see how staff could possibly come up with a job description when I certainly don't understand what that job would entail. I hear the Carlos Bolanos saying, no way is anybody going to have a say over my policeman. But maybe there is a hybrid method that we can use where the sheriff's deputies respond to the sheriff and our community law enforcement reports to the community, whatever you want to call it, chief of police, director of public safety. I don't care what you call it. But that's more a method that I would like to see us looking at seriously. And I think we need to know how they do it in Eugene. You know, we talk about Sonoma. There's a town in Sonoma that does it. How does it work? What are the particulars on how it works? Because until we have that information, we can't possibly ask staff to come up with a job description. I just don't see it happening. We can talk in very broad terms about what we'd like to see, what policies we'd like to see implemented, but the specifics of how much you pay someone, how many employees they have, and how they collaborate and interact with the sheriff's office. Those are the questions that need to be answered before I'm ready to ask staff to do that job.
Yeah. No, I agree. And Eugene has its own police force, so it's a, different situation, but it's not a hybrid. Councilmember Ruddick, did you have?
Yeah, I totally get about, the concern about our children and interactions with the police. But it seems to me one of the simple fixes, and it doesn't seem to be anybody doing that, is talk to the school district about their contract for police support at the schools. There's a sheriff deputy serving the schools. Get rid of the sheriff deputy. You're sort of vilifying current policing and yet accommodating a policeman in the schools. That doesn't really make sense to me. If you're really serious about the impact of police on your children, address it with the school district. They have an independent contract with the sheriff's office. I don't understand why all the parents who are coming here and talking about their concern for their children, and they're not focusing on the school district, other than maybe they're sending their children to private schools. I don't know. But I will say this, tragedies happen and it's deeply sad. Humans are complex, society is complex, complex problems, can't be addressed with simple, easy solutions. And nothing in this plan is going to guarantee that the desired outcomes will be achieved. So, we know from research that the more people have their eyes on an issue, the more people who weigh in, the more input that's received, the outcomes are better. This has been a very sort of narrow discussion with a subset of the community and a subset of the council on a specific recommendation that hasn't been vetted or compared to alternatives. I just can't go there. So I hear you, Joaquin. I've heard everybody else, but this is the wrong path. The right path is more input, more collaboration, and taking the time to find the right solution. And I won't say anything more about it.
And thank you, Councilmember Ruddick and Councilmember Penrose. I agree with what you said. I just don't see how we could start writing a job description. We don't really have enough information on how this kind of hybrid, because that's seems like some sort of weird, not weird, but just some sort of hybrid, where one police officer you mentioned reports into a director, and I don't know if that's a sheriff's deputy. It feels too unknown and mysterious and unvetted, and to start saying that that's the way we should go right away on that timeline, especially. So, is there a staff needs some direction here. Where
Mayor?
Councilmember Penrose,
Councilmember Rarbach had
wants to do,
something to say.
Yeah.
In answer to your question about how we could possibly have a job description of this, let me just say, it could be very simple. It could be wanted a professional with law enforcement experience, willing to implement progressive policies in Half Moon Bay. Not much more than that. It really depends upon the individual who applies, at which point council could vet the qualifications of this person. But I want to emphasize once again, the only way I believe that we can actually implement new policies is with this position. And I move that we adopt this proposed schedule. Jessica can put it up again if you want, with the understanding that at any time, council could amend or even cancel the schedule as appropriate. But I do move that we start moving on this proposed schedule, starting with the next public meeting on July 6th.
Can I say something before you go
please.
on?
Sure.
Harvey, I want this done as fast as can be done. I want us moving on it now. I want us moving on it in July. I just don't think we've heard enough from the community. I need more information on how they do it in other cities. I don't want to put out an RFP like you suggest, a simple one saying, if you really want to do progressive change and you have some experience in law enforcement, come forward. I wouldn't know what to do with that person when they came forward because I don't know what I want the job to entail yet. And that's my issue. My issue is not that I don't want change and that I don't want Half Moon Bay having some say over policy that pertains to police behavior in Half Moon Bay. It's not that at all. It's just that it's the mechanics of how we do it. And so I'd like to get started very much on looking at what are some hybrid models, how do they work?
Right.
So how would you like to amend the proposed schedule, Deborah?
That we have a community meeting scheduled in July, that we do a community survey in July, that we invite the Cahoots people from Eugene to come down and talk to us. We invite the people from Sonoma to come down and talk to us and explain how their programs work. And I bet they'd come.
I guess you're right, most likely. So if I understand what you're suggesting, you're okay with July 6th as having a community meeting. You wanted another meeting after that where the Cahoots people and the Sonoma people present how they're doing things. Is
That could
right?
be before that, or it could be after it. I think we move on both of those things.
Okay, I hear you. So if that would happen in July, then, according to what you're proposing, and then in August, we would begin to have the job description and the application period take place. Is that what you have in mind?
I certainly don't have that in mind because, you say a
I'm
simple job.
I'm asking Deborah right now. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I don't know if August is too soon. I don't know. I do know I can't make that decision until I've heard more, until I know more. And I want to be actively involved in this. I don't want time to get away from us on it. I think it's a priority for our community. And I think I want to do it right. And we haven't heard from the community. We haven't heard from these experts. Until we hear from them, we don't know how we can possibly write up a job description or make a decision about hiring someone. I mean, those are things that will happen as a result of getting more information from me. I don't
Right.
know if I'm putting that well, but
Well, no, I hear what you're saying. You're talking about we move to have some more meetings where we can gather information. I don't see how we can have a job description when we still don't, you still have this white paper out here saying, 14 subcommittees. Is that part of a job description? Is it, and we haven't heard how it's done in other places. So I don't want to see this as this model that we're going to keep moving forward with until, as Councilmember Penrose says we hear a lot more from other groups, from the public. You can't do a survey till you know more, as far as I'm concerned. And to figure out, what the pieces are looking like. I'm sorry, Councilmember Reddick.
I'm going to present an alternative motion. I move that we table the Jimenez Rarbach white paper and its recommendations, and that we continue the process of public outreach and public survey and information gathering to inform the council's directions on public safety.
I agree with that.
I think we have.
Wait,
a
I'm sorry.
motion on the table already.
Councilmember Penrose, what? You interrupted?
I could not agree with that proposal, Debbie, because it does not include what I think is very important, and that is, let's get some information about how a hybrid model works from the people that are doing it.
I would include our information gathering to include that.
Yeah.
Like I said, it would be, table this while we engage in a more public outreach, additional public outreach and information gathering, including the development of all feasible options. And that would be, one of them, looking at a hybrid. I'm not foreclosing on alternatives, but I'm trying to get us more process and more information so that we can make a fully formed decision.
I think I had made a motion, and the motion included the fact that at the July 20th meeting, we could redirect staff, or even at the July 6th meeting, we could redirect staff if we thought it was appropriate. But this is a proposed schedule, and I think it's important that we are on the record as agreeing that in order to get things moving, we go ahead with this schedule, with the understanding that at any time, council has the right to change it.
Except that motion to table prevails, is my understanding.
I would be happy to
Yes,
jump in
thank
here
you.
in sort of
Thank
a
you. Go ahead.
parliamentarian
Yeah,
role. So under the Rosenberg's Rules of Order, there actually can be up to 3 motions on the table at one time, but the last motion is voted on first. So as I understand it, we have Harvey's motion, which at this point does not yet have a second, and then Debbie's motion as amended by Councilor Penrose, which does not yet have a second either.
So I will, can I second a motion here now?
Yes.
I will second Councilmember Reddick's motion.
And I will second Councilmember Rarbach's motion.
Parliamentarian.
Then at this point, I would recommend voting on Councilor Reddick's motion first. So it was this last motion made, roll call vote, depending on how that goes, and then
Okay.
vote on Councilmember Rarbach's.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote on Councilmember Reddick's motion?
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarbach,
No.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay.
I would like to say something about Councilmember Rarbach's motion. And that is that it seems silly to me to be, when I know already ahead of time that this timeline is as written, will need to be changed. So I don't want to vote for a timeline that I know is going to be changed. That seems silly. And it's not that I want us to go any slower, I certainly don't. I think it's critical that we move on this quickly. I'd like to see, decisions made, hopefully by the fall, by the early fall, by September, I don't know. But until we have more information, I think, yeah, I think we did the right thing.
I would accept a friendly amendment if you were to make it to what I had moved.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what parliamentarian? Where are we now? Get a little lost.
All right, so Councilmember Ruddock's motion passed, which was to table the proposal and instead work on information gathering plus the including hybrid information about hybrid. At that point, my understanding is this motion would moot the original motion and the timeline. So if there is a desire to revisit this, now we're really getting complicated, but there could be a motion for reconsideration by one of the members that voted on in favor of Councilmember Ruddock's motion. So if Councilmember Penrose, wanted to move to reconsider that, that would be an option. I know our heads are exploding. It's pretty late, almost midnight.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is Councilmember Rarbach wants me to do. And I'd like to help out. I think I've stated pretty clearly that I need more information and I want that information quickly, but I do not want staff involved in writing up any sort of a job description until I know what that job description, what I'm going to recommend about that job description. And I can't know that until I know how different models work. And so I'd like us to have staff invite, even if we have to have a special city council meeting, I'm in favor of that, to invite people from Eugene, the Cahoots and the Sonoma, and anybody else that might be able to give us information on how we could do it in a collaborative way with the sheriff's office.
You had
Right.
voted to table a motion.
Yes.
That's what Catherine was saying. If instead you wanted to reconsider and recommend that the motion would be that on the 6th, we invite Cahoots and Sonoma to come and talk about what they had done, that would be a separate motion, and it makes sense to me.
Well, that would be a separate motion, but it would still be saying we move forward, with this timeline that requires writing a position description. And so it's not the same. That doesn't seem like it's the same to me, Councilmember.
No, I'm suggesting in order to
what's wrong with tabling the motion? I'm not sure what your resistance is to tabling the motion and then moving forward with Councilmember Penrose's recommendations as what she would like to see at those future meetings. So,
well, if
that seems
there
clear
were
to me.
a timeline that Councilmember Penrose proposed for doing that, I guess I'd have to go along with it. I just, at this point, if the motion is tabled and that's all that there is, then we're in limbo. And if we see a path forward, even if that does not involve staff direction, but just community input with a date, that's better than what's currently existing, which is nothing.
No, that's not true. We're not in limbo.
I amended Director Ruddock's initial motion to table. by saying that while we are tabling it, we are also going ahead with inviting people from Eugene, the people from Sonoma, and any others who could give us their experience with a hybrid model, and that we continue with community engagement. And we do that all in July. I don't want to tie staff down to a particular date because we don't know when people can come and talk to us. But that's, I believe, what I said. Is it, Catherine? Do you?
Yeah, yes, that's my understanding of the motion that passed. So at this point, that is the final decision. You know, unless one of the members who voted in the majority wanted to make a motion to reconsider, and I haven't heard that.
Nope, I don't think so. Does anyone who is in the majority have a motion to reconsider at this point? No, no, no. So then that's final. And by the way, when you said people will come down, that meeting could still be a Zoom meeting for that purpose. So no one's got to travel. You know, they can just participate from wherever they are. I don't know if you literally meant they're going to come down here, but I think whatever makes it easy for them to participate.
Zoom, okay.
Okay, great. Just want to.
And Mr. Mayor, quick point of order, and maybe you all are aware of this already. July 6th is not a regular council meeting. It could be a special meeting, and so we'll certainly make those contacts as Councilmember Penrose said, and see if we can get commitment from those folks that represent those programs as quick as possible. But is it the desire that this council would schedule a special meeting on July 6th? I just wanted to make sure that you understood that there's not a regular meeting scheduled for July 6th. And I see Councilmember Rarbeck understood that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, sometime in early July. It doesn't have to be on a Tuesday. You know, whenever
a special
we
meeting. Got it. Okay.
Special meeting whenever we could get people, you know, early in July, right? So I'm thinking within the first 10 days of July, we could probably get most of those people to agree on a date.
Well, I'll do the best I can. I mean,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
might
well,
commit,
yeah.
they might not commit.
Right, right. I am optimistic that we can get those folks there. Okay. So, well, it's only midnight. Night is young. What sort of things, let me get just what is absolutely necessary to move on to city manager? Just want to make sure what we to prioritize and how long we need. We have a budget. We have 3 more items potentially. Appointment of redistricting advisory committee members. I assume we could wait on the bicycle pedestrian advisory committee for sure, right?
That's probably the only one we could wait on. We really do need to take the other 2.
Okay. So are we ready to, and apologies to staff who is being kept up this late to continue. So moving on to item 3B, fiscal year 2021-22 recommended budget.
One moment, Mr. Mayor. I'm sharing my screen. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
So I'll go ahead and take this item and make it relatively quick. This is the second part of our budget hearings. We had the first part on June 1st, and we're back to recommend adoption of the fiscal year 2021-2022 operating budget and capital budget. As a reminder, here's the schedule that we've been following to get to this point. And as I just said, the council reviewed the budget in depth on June 1st. So it's not our intention to have an in-depth review of the budget, but we're certainly happy to take your questions. Both Lisa and Ken are here to take technical questions as well. Since the June 1st meeting, there were really only 2 major changes that we made. So I highlight those here in this slide. As you might recall, there was a conversation and several questions about a couple efforts, our effort to complete the emergency operation plan, and also an effort to do a crisis, a communication plan as well. There were good questions about that. We did answer the questions, but it still felt a little bit kind of left open. So we have come back and recommended that those two efforts be combined, that one consultant will be hired to do both of those. They are one plan at the end of the day. It's an emergency operation plan, and it includes an element of communication, crisis communication, and we've reduced the budget from 40,000 to 35,000. So we reduced that by 5,000. So I hope that answers the questions that came up at the last meeting. If there's any more, we'll certainly take them. And then this actually relates to the conversation that we just had, and that is we did add 25,000 for a community survey on policing. Based on the conversation 2 weeks ago, I felt that we received direction to move ahead with that. Our plan is to talk about it in more detail at the Public Safety Subcommittee. But given the conversation the council just had, it came up again. This is here for you to decide if that's still something you want to do. But the budget that's before you today includes the additional 25,000 for that community survey. And then, as you can see, we've just made a bunch of corrections to the verbiage, etc. And the next version you'll see, if you adopt the document tonight, would be a hardbound document. That will take us a month or so to have that printed and get copies to all the council members.
Thank you.
Just want to quickly show this slide. Funding was discussed in the previous item, and it was certainly acknowledged by all council members that a lot of the conversation we were having would involve expenses, and those are some of the details that would have to be worked out on many of the proposals that were discussed, including the hiring of a director of public safety. So this is just kind of the snapshot. You saw this table 2 weeks ago, and it just is a simple starting point. Our revenues anticipated in during the year, expenditures out, and then noting that we would fund the reserve at 50%, which is council policy. That's 8.6 million. And then you can see that all that's left in unassigned fund balance is 45,000. So it is a balanced budget. It is a very lean budget. As we said 2 weeks ago, we're still fairly conservative on our revenue projections. We're still coming out of the pandemic and an economic downturn. So this is the budget that's before you, and obviously it's going to be very relevant as conversations continue on this policing initiative and any policy the council would want to direct in the future that would involve expenditures. So what's before you today is 3 actions. You can do it in one motion. There are resolutions to establish the GAN appropriation limit for 2021-22. There's a resolution to approve and review the city's investment policy, and there are no changes from last year. And then, of course, there's a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2021-22 annual operating and capital budget. That concludes our staff report. I said I'd make it brief. As I said, Lisa and Ken are here. If there's any technical questions, I certainly don't want to rush you, and potentially there still might be public comment on this item as well.
Any questions from council? Councilmember Rohrbach.
How do we veto the recommendation to spend money on a survey, which I believe is not productive?
I would recommend that the council talk among yourselves and see if there is a consensus to do that. And if there was consensus, you could certainly do it by separate vote. If it was unanimous, you would just direct us accordingly, and we would then make sure that your motions included that when you made your final motions for approval.
Thanks.
Councilmember Ruddick.
I totally support continuing with the survey of the community. about policing. I don't see any reason to not do that. We want more input, not less. I don't understand this effort to squelch community input on this issue. I do not support eliminating the survey.
Any other thoughts on that before I weigh in? Or Councilmember Penrose, did you have a?
Yeah, I agree with Director Ruddick about the survey. I think it's important that we do it. I also would like to say that the survey will inform me. It will not necessarily make my decision for me about how I move on any of this issue. Just as public comment doesn't always make me decide how I'm going to move on an issue. But it is more information, and I wanted more community involvement in this issue from the start, and I can't change my mind on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez, before I weigh in.
Well, I think we do need a survey, but make sure it's a survey that we're gonna have representation from our community. We need to work with someone that's gonna be able to, I guess, to accomplish, a survey that is equitable. There's a equal representation, and Dr. Penrose is correct. We do need to hear from the community. The public comments help, but hopefully, we in the survey that gets done, we will see what we need to see.
Thank you. Catherine, do we need to take a vote on the survey piece? That
I
has
would
been raised?
suggest taking public comment first, and
Oh, I'm
then
sorry.
seeing-
No, I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry about that. Yes. And then what?
and then you can see whether there's a motion to remove that or not.
Okay. Thank you. So we will now open up for public comment on the budget.
Our first speaker is Ann Young.
Okay.
And you have.
Yeah, I know, my Carlisle, not Ann Young, but that's all right. I got what you were saying. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I looked pretty hard, and I also looked at some of the previous list of warrants, and I couldn't find in the budget, and maybe I've got it open right now. So could you tell me what page on your draft budget is where you have the pie chart that shows legal expense as a proportionate share of your overall budget? So I couldn't really see it. I know on the warrants, you have lots of different names of law firms, and it'll just say next to it, legal matters or general matters, or one said Sam on it and that kind of thing. So I've just wondered, how much of the total city budget is allocated to legal matters. I know you have your own in-house attorney, but it seems like you hire a lot of out-house legal counsel as well. And maybe that's to defend lawsuits that are brought to the city, or the city decides to initiate. But is that a line item in your budget? And tell me what page to look at on the draft, and I'll see if I can quickly scan to that.
So I'll start, and then Ken, you can jump in. We actually have, so under the city attorney's budget, there is allowances for additional legal expenses. However, the way we do charge our legal services is to what the actual action is representing. So for example, the one you mentioned in terms of SAM, charged to our sewer fund. So that's why the warrants is so important, because that identifies the individual costs that we're taking. So the majority of our legal services fall under our city attorney's budget. But the remainder, and we try to speculate based on past experience and what we've have going on as we enter the new fiscal year. But they are usually charged to the area that they're going to be representing. And
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I saw one in February, a warrant, and it just said general matters. And then, like, you recently started up on that eminent domain lawsuit. And, I'm sure you didn't plan on that when you set your budget a year ago, but it's happening now. So I just wondered if you have a page on the budget, what page do I look at where it shows all the different little bins and pockets of legal? Or you don't? It's all sort of tucked away by specific categories.
So I think the question's been asked, staff can answer it, but the back and forth, it's just for public comment now.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah,
No, it's
just
okay.
what page number? If you could give me that, I'll look it up myself, where you cover the legal expenses on your budget.
Mr. Mayor, if I may make a suggestion, I don't know the page number off the top of my head, but the budget is divided up by departments, and there is a department for legal services. And so that would be a starting point. We also manage the SAM expenditures by fund. It's a separate fund from our general fund. So there is a section on the SAM fund, and that would also be a starting point. But the level of detail that the speaker is asking for may not be in there. And so if she has detailed questions about line item expenditures, they may not show up in the budget as she's expecting. And then I would suggest that she do a follow-up with our finance director and our city attorney to go through those questions, because it very well may be only in line item warrants.
Right.
Okay, I guess I saw the pie charts. They looked really nice
Yeah.
and tidy, but it wasn't even listed. So thank you. I will. Who is it that I should follow up with? The name of the person?
So that would be our chief of finance, who is L. Lopez at halfmoonbaycity.com. Do I have that right?
Yes.
L. Lopez.
I'm sorry, is that ELLE or initial L?
It's L. Lopez, LLOPZ at hmbcity.com.
Okay,
Also
thank
on
you
the
so much.
website.
Great, okay.
Our next
yeah,
speaker
next speaker.
is John Olam. John, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Sid, just so you know, you may have to ask a PRA request. As of middle of or spring of 2020, the city has spent $450,000 just on the lawsuit dealing with the water fight that we're having. I noticed this budget looks similar in the pie chart, similar to the discussion that we had in November of 2019. As you know, back then you were predicting a structural deficit in the budget. You were suggesting at that time, and this was prior to COVID, back when the economy was going like gangbusters, that we had a structural deficit back then. And you decided the way to deal with that was to ask us to impose a higher transient tax on the hotels and such. We did that. And then you lost one of those hotels when it turned into a homeless shelter, which I'm okay with, but just face the facts. You lost that revenue. You're talking about a new police department or this and that. And I've also heard all kinds of other big talk, but you have not addressed the serious issue that you have. You have a structural budget deficit. The best you've come up with is to delay payments into now we're going to shuffle about and spend out as much as we can of whatever savings and capital you can find to keep going at the rate you're going. None of you have addressed the question or even asked it. Is the city spending too much? Do we have too many employees? Can this be sustained? Why is that not even an issue or a question here? Why is the only answer to raise revenues or spend savings? Thank you.
Thank you. Anything there staff would like to address? Wait, hang on. Is there any more public comment?
There are no other public
Okay,
speakers.
so we will now close public comment. Anything staff would like to respond to now or move on?
Sure, Mayor. I'll give a
Thank you.
brief response, and I'm happy to talk to Mr. Ullum offline as well. And Ken, our senior accountant, might quibble with me on this. He did go through last time for the same reason, the accounting definitions of deficit in a single year. And then also this concept of a structural deficit, which most people think is more of a long-term ongoing, and you're digging yourself further and further in a hole. That's just not the case. The deficit of whatever it was for this fiscal year, I think it was around 500,000, is the difference between revenues in and expenses this year. But we did not have to dip into our savings. We had more than enough money to cover it. We have a policy of 50% reserves. That's a council policy. That reserve is full. It cannot be more full. And then I just would also encourage Mr. Ullum to read the city manager's budget message. I think it's the most optimistic budget message I've ever written in my life. I don't think I'll ever write one as optimistic as that one. So I'm happy to talk to him offline. And it's just not the case that our expenditures are consistently outdoing our revenues and we're in bad shape. It's just not the case.
Great. Thank you. And that's a very generous offer. And I hope Mr. Ullum takes you up on it. Councilmember Ruddick.
Yeah, and didn't the county just approve reimbursing us for taking the hotel offline? Didn't they just approve making us whole for this year?
Yeah. We have an agreement with them that came out of the MOU that we drafted with the county, and they just approved backfilling us $277,000 in lost TOT revenue.
All right. Are there any more questions, or would someone, I'll entertain a motion? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Sorry, Catherine. Do we first have to vote on the piece around the survey?
Not necessarily. Motion could be made on the staff recommendation as presented, or another alternate motion, removing that item.
Okay. So would someone like to make a motion?
I move that we approve resolutions to establish the GAN appropriation limit for 2021-22, approve the city's review of the investment policy, no changes for fiscal year 2021-22, and adopt the fiscal year 2021-22 annual operating and capital budget.
I'll second.
We have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now, do we still have then that outstanding question to vote on regarding Councilmember Rohrbach's, whether to just continue on with a survey?
The survey was included in the
It
motion.
was. Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that there was nothing from what you said earlier. Great. Okay. All right. So I think we've concluded item 3B. And that brings us to the 3C, establishing a redistricting advisory committee meeting. And we have a certain process here that we agreed to.
I have a short staff report, Mayor Brownstone.
I'm sorry. let's do a staff report, please. Thank you.
No worries. Good evening, Mayor and council members and member of the public. Tonight's item is the culmination of a few discussions regarding how the city will handle the upcoming post-census redistricting process. After considering a variety of options, the city council opted to form a 7-member redistricting advisory committee. Following a 3-week recruitment, the city received a total of 14 applications. 2 were from residents outside of city limits, and 1 has withdrawn given conflicts with the schedule of meetings for a remaining 11 applicant pool. The applications have been included in the packet with names and other personal information redacted and are identified by number. Applicant 12 in the packet was the applicant who withdrew due to conflicts, so the council was asked to focus on applicants 1 through 11. The process tonight will consist of each council member announcing their 7 choices, which I will then tally to reach a consensus. If we have any ties, I will make an announcement and the council can discuss until we've reached our final top 7. I'll then announce the names of those 7 members and we'll look to the council to then make a motion appointing those members. Additionally, the tentative schedule of meetings and public hearings, as well as what each meeting would be held for, was included in the packet. The committee will have its kickoff meeting on July 15th. The majority of meetings will be held on Thursday evenings, and we have incorporated some weekend meetings as well and are looking forward to adoption of the final map at the March 15th, 2022 City Council meeting. We will do robust public outreach throughout the process to make sure that we are reaching as many residents as we can and hope to have a high level of public involvement throughout the process. And unless there are any questions, I'll move forward with asking for each council member's list.
Great. Any questions before we proceed? Councilmember Ruddick.
Yeah, so it's my recollection that I noticed that some of the applicants referred to wanting to make sure that, you know, ethnicity was preeminent, making sure various ethnic groups had adequate representation. But my understanding is that you cannot make a decision based on a district based on ethnicity. That's not allowed as a criteria for establishing districts.
It's not. And our first meeting on July 15th will basically be kind of an overview of here's what you're tasked with. We'll go over things such as the Brown Act, Public Records Act, things like that, but more it will be educational for the committee. And the demographer will go over everything that they can and cannot consider, all the various laws that apply to the process, kind of what the process will look like. But that'll be our opportunity to make sure that each of the 7 members has a good grasp of their legal limitations as they move forward through this process.
And I noticed that when we were considering a formal redistricting commission, the rules forbade people using their knowledge of candidates or candidates' home residences in terms of identifying districts. Isn't that true?
Correct. Yeah, and they'll be discouraged considering that, and we won't discuss it as part of the process. We can't control whether, you know, someone thinks about it in the back of their head, but it won't be part of our discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions before we proceed with the process? Oh, any questions? Let's public comment this. I guess this would be the time before we proceed. Would that be right, Catherine?
Jessica, do you want to confirm that we would take public comment now before the council members vote?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
I don't have any hands raised at the moment.
Okay, so public comment's been opened. No comments, just to be sure. Now we'll officially close public comment and we'll proceed with the process of taking the votes.
So I'll go in roll call order. So we'll start with Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez, if you could just list your 7 numbers.
Yes, I have a 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10.
Thank you. Councilmember Penrose. Oh, you're on mute, Councilmember.
Okay, I have to go back and find it. Number 1, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 8, number 9, and number 10.
Thank you. Councilmember Rohrbach.
Number 1, number 3, number 4, number 7, number 9, number 10, and number 11.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reddick.
Councilmember Ruddick, you're on mute. So you could start again. It's that time
Number
of night.
9, number 8, number 2, number 3, number 1, number 7, number 11.
Thank you, and Mayor Brownstone.
These are pretty good lottery numbers too, folks, just saying. Okay, number 1, number 3, number 4, number 6, number 7, number 9, number 11.
Okay, so. So we have 2 votes for number 5 and 2 votes for number 6. Get 7, 8, 10. Actually, hold on. 9, 10, 11. Nope, I got it. So it'll be 1, 3, 4, 7, 9, 10, and 11. We had a couple others that had 2, but those had 3 to 5 votes each. So let me pull up the list. So that will be.
So I'm sorry, Jessica, can you just read those one more time? Let's make
Yes,
sure we
1,
confirm the numbers.
1, 3, 4, 7, 9, 10, and 11.
Yep.
I got that too.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So that, right.
So I'll now read the names, and then if the council could then make a motion to appoint these 7 members, but it'll be Michael Settles, Claudia Marshall, Marin Holt, Steve Mahler, Paul Gator, Phil Marshall, and Hal Bogner.
Would someone like to make a motion to approve those names?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a quick statement, because I
Yes,
promised
please.
someone I would.
Yes, please.
Miss Marshall, Claudia Marshall, contacted me this evening and indicated to me that if she was fortunate enough to be selected, that she just wanted me to inform all you that she would plan to be here tonight, but she couldn't make it because she fell ill. So I promised her I would do that. And so I'm doing that. And I think she's very excited that she made the commission.
Great. Well, I want to thank everybody for applying and thank you for willing to serve. I by no means think this will be an easy job. and certainly a job that most folks haven't done. So be a great learning experience, but you're doing the city a great service um, in serving on this committee, and we will anxiously be waiting for your results. So thank you very much in advance. Okay, that completes item 3C. So do we go for 3D here? Would that take very long in your opinion, city manager?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's a 3-minute item if you want to get it out of the way.
I would love to get it out of the way if it's a 3-minute item. Thank you very much. Okay, item 3D, Half Moon Bay Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee bylaws and appointments. I guess we'll have a quick staff report first, please.
Hi, Mayor, council members. Thank you for taking this up quickly. In April, the council considered a report and directed staff to come back to you to formalize a reconstituting of the Bike Pedestrian Advisory Committee. That committee was adjusted to reduced from 10 to 7 positions. And you also authorized the city clerk to go out with a recruitment for those positions. Tonight is a formalizing of the change, which basically reflected just the structuring of the committee, and also includes as a separate item the staff recommended list of appointees for the BPAC. As noted in the staff report, we are short one appointment from a youth representative, and we are working on getting that and hope by July 20th to come back with a recommendation for that. But appointing this group tonight, or a group that constitutes the BPAC, will allow us to commence work and with a committee. So we appreciate your efforts, your willingness to consider this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from council members before I open this up for public comment? No clarifying questions. We'll now open it for public comment.
No public comment, Mayor.
Great. We will now officially close public comment period. Would someone make a motion?
So moved.
Well, we have, okay. Great. Anyone second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penos,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have now completed. Oh, what, I'm sorry, something else there? Nope. Okay. We've now completed resolutions and staff reports. Any commission committee updates?
We have none.
Okay. Any city council reports? None. Any other items before we adjourn? None. All right. I want to thank everybody from the public, from staff, for staying up late. We haven't had one of these in a while. We didn't set a record, okay? So that's good. But it's been a long night, a lot of work. I know we didn't always agree on everything, but I think staff has direction, and look forward to moving forward on some very important issues affecting our community. Okay. Thanks, everybody, and have a good evening. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.